Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second-generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and Smart Text Selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google Keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about O'17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag O'17request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag O'17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017.
Hi, I'm Sarah from the Google Developer Certification team. Last year, we launched the Associate Android Developer Certification at I/O. Now we're adding 2 certifications for mobile web developers. Why mobile? Mobile now accounts for over half of all web traffic. Users expect their small screen experiences to be as quick and intuitive as those on a desktop. But making the mobile web fast and easy takes some special skills. How can you prove you've learned them? We've created 2 new certifications to help developers get recognized for their knowledge and skill, introducing the Mobile Site Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. One focuses on sites and the other on web apps. Let's talk about mobile sites. What happens to your beautiful site if it takes too long to load? 53% of mobile visitors will leave a page if it takes more than 3 seconds to load. But the average mobile page loads in 22 seconds. Making this even 1 second faster increases conversion rates up to 27%. Google believes in the mobile web, and so do our customers. That's why we've created the Google Mobile Site Certification to help site owners find the best talent. Passing this exam demonstrates you have the knowledge for building high-performing mobile sites. It also highlights your understanding of best practices and current browser technologies. To pass, you'll need to be proficient across mobile site design, UX best practices, and site speed optimization. This certification is especially useful for developers working in-house for agencies or clients. To prepare, use the online study guide or e-learning course. Both are free. Once certified, you can promote your certificate on your Google Partners public profile and social media. What if you're developing mobile web apps? Developing applications requires even more specialized skills than sites, so we have a certification for that. The Mobile Web Specialist Certification shows you can build quality web apps, including progressive web apps. You take this exam by solving a series of coding problems. We'll test your skills in many in-demand areas, including responsive design, accessibility, and progressive web application development. This certification is especially useful for developers looking to move up in their careers. It will prepare you to tackle a wide range of challenges. We also provide a study guide and a range of courses to help you prepare. With multiple certifications, how do you know which one to take? Are you building mobile sites and need to demonstrate you have the knowledge to do it? Take the Mobile Site Certification exam. Need to show that you have the skills to build a mobile web app? Take the Mobile Web Specialist exam. Visit our certification page under the Google Developers website to learn more about our programs. Get the study guides, get ready, and let's go.
Okay, Google, what's the temperature like at Mount Everest?
The temperature there is -14.
Ooh, I better pack a jacket. Oh, hi, I'm Wayne Pekarski, and today I'm going to talk about the Google Assistant and how you can develop your own actions to be a part of this new ecosystem. At Google, we've been providing assistance to users for years across many of our products, but we think there's much more we can do to help people get things done right when they need it in a conversational way. And that's why we're building the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant, and that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef.
Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup, and I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well, I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API AI can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Nandini from Google's Conversation Design team, here to give you some tips on how to design your own voice and chat UIs using Actions on Google. Before we dive in, let's have a conversation about conversation. Consider this. All human inventions start as ideas. By definition, conversation is the exchange of ideas by spoken words. And by definition, civilization is the most advanced stage of human social development. It's the tangible expression of our common understanding and values, which is expressed through language. And language is molded and refined by conversations. A conversation is a contract between two participants with a mutual investment in the outcome. But all of that is really hard to codify. Building natural human-to-computer conversations is hard. But that's because human-to-human conversations are only deceptively easy. People are not going to change how they converse anytime soon. So the key to closing that gap between modern interfaces and thousands of years of evolution is to use what we know to be true about human-to-human conversation to teach our computers to talk to humans, and not the other way around. So the key to building a good voice interface is not to fall into the trap of simply converting a GUI into a VUI. Obviously, I can't teach you an entire design discipline in a few minutes, but I can give you 5 pro tips to set you up for success. Let's design a simple number guessing game along the way. Here we go. Number 1, leverage your brand and give yourself a persona. I don't mean a caricature or a mascot necessarily, but you can do that too to make it even more accessible. A persona is more than that. It's the consistent character captured by the voice and interactive experience. It's the face of that experience for the user. First, list the core attributes of your brand and what you stand for. Come up with the corresponding attributes that can be conveyed through design elements, and of course the voice dialogue itself. For example, if your brand is known for speed, something we at Google are known for, some attributes of the design might be to be intuitive and data-driven, since both of those elements cut out steps for the user. Some voice attributes for the actual dialogue wording might be engaging or apt or approachable, since those also tighten up the dialogue by removing ambiguity or making it easier for the user to have confidence in the interaction. Write a short style guide covering things like pace, tone, energy level, vocal attributes, and the overall impression that you're shooting for. Try to create a simple bio sketch of a character that might embody all of these attributes. Give it a name if you want. Also, there's a practical reason for creating a persona as well. It's a good grounding mechanism for you long term. Designers and developers will come and go, or multiple people could work on it at once. It'll give everyone something to fall back on for consistency. Finally, don't forget to identify yourself as a separate entity from the Google Assistant. That means greet the user. Number 2, think outside the box, literally. It's tempting to draw out a conversation path visually and plug in the dialogue and then dive right into the code or start stringing together blocks of context to write a working agent, and then back into the experience iteratively. We don't recommend this. You can, but I promise you it'll save time and give you a much richer experience to map out the core conversation paths ahead of time. This doesn't mean just the so-called happy path. It doesn't mean error paths either. Instead, write out your core experiences like you would a screenplay. This can be as scrappy as acting it out and documenting it on paper, or create an interactive prototype you tweak and play with until you're ready to start coding. And then, when you draw out your initial vision, keep it at a high level, where the boxes present entire dialogues or user intents, but leave out the individual wording you'll use in the interaction. Number 3, context. Here are just some types of context you can consider and infuse into a conversation to make it more meaningful. Where is the user? What are they doing? What type of device are they interacting on? How is the experience influenced over time? Where is the user's frame of mind in relation to what they're trying to do? Try to cater to their intent, not to a specific feature. Number 4, speech recognition technology isn't perfect, but it's getting better all the time. So for the most part, you might want to treat that as a black box that'll continue to improve. You have to, of course, be aware of its limitations, but try to step back and look at the interaction from the user's perspective when something goes wrong. You don't have to try to steer the user back to the original question if they don't get recognized immediately. There are so many reasons they might not have been. People hardly ever say nonsense. Try to take those so-called errors and make them into another meaningful turn in the dialogue. Finally, I leave you with a challenge. This new world of conversation design for machines opens up a great deal of opportunity that hasn't existed before for us to use technology to advance our lives. Sure, as you get started, create some games, but I urge you to think bigger eventually. Help give someone access to information or technology that they couldn't use before because of a physical, mental, or an economic disadvantage. We're excited to help you do that with Actions on Google. Check out the description for some resources, and we can't wait to see what you create.
We're bringing together a really talented group of designers and developers to collaborate and innovate and generate exciting ideas for what can be done on the Android platform.
Within this context of a sprint, I really think that the distinction between designer and developer is blurred. It's all about problem solving and getting it done.
You're not working with designers as an engineer making a mistake to begin with. I feel like every designer or engineer brings a perspective to a project, and that's what's nice about working with a designer. You think like an engineer and designer comes and brings a perspective. In this group, I'm like happy to work with super talented designers. It helps me understand Android better because I see how they're thinking about it. It kind of kills my prejudgments about the product and I start thinking about it from a fresh perspective.
We focus in on generating a broad range of ideas that are really innovative and far-reaching, and then prototype and pull together concepts and prototypes to demonstrate and create a vision for what those concepts could be.
I never was really familiar with the idea of using this type of process for ideation, and it's impressive to see the degree of precision that Kai specifically has introduced in the way that she's run this process. It's been really enjoyable to see specifically how one exercise leads into the next and the next and the next, and how that can actually effectively yield good ideas.
We're a very small company, so effectively we're doing similar things all the time, but we often rush straight to the solution. It was nice to see some structure around, I guess, the process. So, it starts here and, you don't get to fix it straight away. It's like define the problem, then go to this step, then go to this step. And that kind of structure, though it seems kind of burdensome, like it actually improved like the overall thing we came up with.
When you're in a company, you tend to think about like how the company kind of does something and how the things that you've learned in the past, and then like here is just kind of like a blank canvas again, and you get to like start new and then rediscover the things that kind of work in a workflow or in a much more creative space. I mean, like here we like tried to build something in like 3 days, which is like insane. This is the first time we actually like been in a sprint with just doing Android 2, and I would like love to bring some more of the Android sprinting back to our company.
I think design sprints facilitate interdisciplinarity, interoperability, and all of the kind of amazing things that can happen from a good collaboration.
One of the really exciting features of Android is that it's a very open platform. Anyone can come and write their own apps and create their own concepts. We want to bring that opportunity of openness to the design community and inspire designers to generate concepts and ideas and design really cool apps that leverage the openness of the platform.
I was impressed with the openness of Android. It's definitely a unique thing that you might not find on iOS or other systems. In our app in particular, there's things that we definitely couldn't have done on iOS that are actually really useful. And it is nice because the app can organically come with you into the rest of your life.
I think for me, one of the big awesome parts of it was that I was able to begin to learn Android, which is something that I've always wanted to do as a prototyper. I just would like to get to know Android better, and this is like a really big jump start.
One of the few constraints that they put on us here at the Design Sprint was like to sort of like come up with something that's like unique to the Android ecosystem. And as we were going through all of our, crazy eights and all of the myriad ideas that we had come up with, we actually abandoned some of them that were cool because they were kind of like something that could feasibly be built on any platform. And I think that giving us that constraint infused our other ideas with more creative solutions. And I think what we came up with is like so simple and so delightful and only available on Android.
Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. I used to play a lot of computer games. I was completely fascinated about it. I started to feel like I should prepare such games. I just wanted to learn how these applications react to humans. Somewhere the dots were not getting connected. So I started reading blogs on all the possible online resources. Luckily, from GDG Bangalore, I got an invitation for Google Mobile India 2015. If I attend this competition, I could get a sponsorship for Nano Degree. I was completely excited. I figured out that's what I required to connect the dots. It's like being really in front of a teacher. It enabled me to develop a production-ready application and converting my idea into reality, something that helps education and make the world a better place. Now I'm feeling relaxed.
When we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. Whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that.
I was in HR. I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter. I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my nano degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
I couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android skilling program. There's going to be so many new great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the skilling program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution. Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new Analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers. Working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/IO. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/IO. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and Smart Text Selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google Keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about O'17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag O'17request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag O'17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017. Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll be here between sessions to guide you around the in-person experiences at the festival. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening on the ground. Have a question about IO17? Tweet it our way today through the 19th using hashtag IO17request, and a team of Googlers will be on site tracking down answers for you. You just saw our developer keynote where Jason Titus led you through our investments in tools and services for developers. That's you. It's our goal to simplify repetitive tasks like dealing with user login, analytics, or synchronizing real-time data. We're providing tools to make it easier to solve these and other everyday problems in simple and powerful ways. And we want to help you build amazing new experiences with machine learning, VR, and voice-enabled interactions. Let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard along those lines. Android is officially supporting the Kotlin programming language, in addition to the Java language and C++. Kotlin is a brilliantly designed, mature, production-ready language that we believe will make Android development faster and more fun. Android Studio 3.0 Canary is our new preview that includes 3 major features to accelerate the development flow. A new suite of app performance profiling tools to quickly diagnose performance issues, support for the Kotlin programming language, and increased Gradle build speeds for large-sized app projects. With Firebase, we're providing more insights to understand app performance through a new product, Firebase Performance Monitoring. We're also introducing integration between hosting and cloud functions, adding support for phone number authentication, and improving analytics. Oh, and we've also started open sourcing our SDKs. We've introduced new innovations for you to make it easy for your users to pay for services with the Google Payment API, to build profitable businesses with a completely redesigned ad mob, and to grow a user base with universal app campaigns. There are several powerful new features and reports in the Play console to help you improve your app's performance, manage releases with confidence, reach a global audience, and grow your business. Android Instant Apps is a new way to run Android apps without requiring installation. Now anyone can build and publish an instant app. There are also more than 50 new experiences available for users to try out from a variety of brands such as Jet, New York Times, Vimeo, and Zillow. And finally, we're adding 2 new certifications for web developers, the Mobile Sites Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. Those are some of the highlights. Check out our Google Developers blog for a more in-depth recap of this afternoon's announcements. We have 14 content tracks with over 140 breakout sessions, all live streamed. And in between them all, I'll be your all-access pass with sandbox tours, interviews, and even a peek or two at the parties. Tune into the live stream on google.com/IO, catch me in between sessions on any of the live stream channels, and follow the conversation on hashtag IO17. This is Google I/O 2017.
Hi everyone, good morning. How's everyone doing? I hope you enjoyed your developer keynote and the early keynote this morning. It's really exciting to see you all here. So my name's Wayne Pekarski, and I'm a developer advocate here at Google. And today I'm really excited to talk to you about all the cool new things we've been doing on the Internet of Things. And this enables what we refer to as ubiquitous computing. So there's been a lot of new and interesting products and tools of interest to developers that I'm going to be highlighting in this talk. And some of them are being released at I/O right now. So there's been a whole bunch of new announcements during the keynotes. Yesterday we had Cloud IoT launching, so there's all kinds of new things. So we're going to do a sort of a whirlwind tour of all of Google's products that are related to this so that you can find out more of what you can do for yourself. So importantly, here at I/O, we have a whole bunch of really interesting engineers and PMs and leaders from all the different teams that work on these products that I'm going to be talking about. So make sure you take advantage of that and go and see them in the sandboxes and so forth. So let's get started with our little tour. So as we know, computing has evolved over the years. So we started from mainframes, and then we moved to desktops and laptops and then phones. And so every decade or so, we shrink our electronics, and now we're at wearables. The problem is that if we go any smaller than what's on a wearable, we run into the problem of that humans can't interact with them anymore because we can't make something that's smaller than this because our fingers can't touch it. So there's kind of a limit to what we can do with shrinking electronics. And what's happening now is that computers are being embedded into everyday devices. We use different devices depending on what we're trying to do. So we use a laptop to write documents or emails, a TV for videos, a phone for things when we're away from home, and a wearable when we're running, and something when we're driving. So there's all these different computing experiences that are suitable for what you're doing at the time. And now we're at a point where we have thermostats and light bulbs and basic electronics that are being internet enabled. But we can do a lot more than that. And we're moving to a world where computing is going to be everywhere, assisting users with their day and solving problems that we didn't even realize existed. And we're going to look back on this and go, wow, this really changed everything. So while phones were bigger than PCs, Internet of Things is going to be even bigger than phones. And it's going to be incredible. So we use the term ubiquitous computing to describe this. It's technology that's accessible to the user wherever they are and whenever they are and what they're trying to do. And so today we're going to talk about what platforms Google provides and what developer tools Google provides to help support this. So in the past, we trained users to install apps onto their phones, and they had icons. So you would click an icon for each app. And now we have devices that don't even have screens. So we need to think differently about computing and what it means. We need to take the user's context into consideration. So what time is it? What's the user's location? What are they doing? And we need to make good decisions for our products based on those kind of things. And you need to think of your platform as a view into your service now. So it's no longer just a single app or a single website. Your service needs to be ubiquitous, it needs to be everywhere, and it needs to work on all platforms. So we want a single, seamless experience to keep our users happy. So with that in mind, a little intro, let's get started talking about what consumer products are provided that consumers have right now. And we'll start talking with Android. So with Android, as you saw in the keynote today, they announced there's like 2 billion devices out there that are running Android. So that's incredible. And we have Android phones, we've got tablets, we've got wearables, we've got TV. And they all involve the same infrastructure. So they all work on Google Play. You build your apps using Android Studio, and the apps run on the device. So we do things like that right now, but many of you may have only written a phone app before. So one thing you might want to consider is also extending your app to run on Wear or Android TV. So last year I gave a talk at Google I/O that talked about how easy it is to port your apps to Android TV. There's a few tweaks in your manifest you've got to make, you change the UI a little bit, and then it runs on those devices as well. And so these are new opportunities to have different kinds of users looking at your application, because there are times when looking at something on a TV is better, and sometimes when a wearable is better, and you really need to take advantage of those things. Now, phones can do Android in general does all kinds of interesting things. They do apps, games, they can do sensor processing, 3D graphics, audio. So there's all kinds of really interesting capabilities that we're going to get to talking about later on. I'm just going to highlight Android Auto as well. Android Auto is a little bit different in that it's a templated user interface, in that you can build messaging and media apps as well. So if you're a company that makes media or messaging apps, you simply add some extensions to your Android app, and then it will work when the user plugs in their phone into a vehicle, or when they install it into one of those cars that you can see out in the demo area. So we have this big ecosystem of Android devices that solve different needs. Now, there's no one device that's perfect for everything. Some are better than others depending on the context that the user is in, but they all solve different problems depending on the time, where the user is, whether at their home or in their living room. So that's Android. Now, you may have also heard at the keynote about Google Home and the Google Assistant. And so these are also platforms that we're going to cover today and explain how that fits into our vision of ubiquitous computing. We announced today that the Assistant is now available. It was available on Google Home, but now we're also announcing that it's going to be available on a lot of Android phones out there. And also, it's coming soon on Wear, TV, and Auto. So we're bringing the Assistant to all of these different platforms. And the Assistant allows the user to have a conversation with it to get things done. And so the basic Google Assistant is you talking to Google, but there's a third-party library that allows you to build your own extensions as well. And we'll get to talking about that soon. The Google Assistant is interesting because it supports both text and voice-based audio inputs and outputs. And once again, that depends on the context of what the user is doing. If they're in a movie theater, they can type on their phone. If they're driving, they can speak. If they're standing in the kitchen with their hands dirty, they can speak as well. So you use a different input and output modality depending on what the user is doing. So as we can see, context is important, and that's going to help us with all these platforms. So these were the consumer platforms. Now we're going to talk about the possibilities for you as a developer and how you can extend them. Consumers have these devices already. There's billions of phones and TVs and wearables and so forth out there. You want to be able to take advantage of them, and how can you do that? Because there's a bunch of new options that you're going to find very interesting. So the first thing that's really cool is that we announced recently the developer preview for Android Things. And so Android Things is Google's new platform to support the development of IoT devices, and it's based on Android. And one of the really interesting things about Android Things is the use of what we call a SOM, which you can see on the slides over there. Now, a SOM is a little tiny board that's got a CPU, memory, wireless, and all of the important things that make the device do what it does. And they're all on a single common board with a common set of software. Now, these SOMs are made in bulk quantities so that you can buy them in small quantities and pay reasonable prices for them. And you plug them into your own custom developer board to test them, but you can build your own custom development boards depending on your needs for the kind of application you're building, because you don't want to have to embed a full developer board into a product that you're selling. And so the SOM contains hard-to-design components. When you're doing electronics manufacture, you start to realize that there are like high-speed electronics and low-speed electronics. High-speed electronics require really skilled design people who really know how to build things that run at 1 gigahertz. And there's a lot of design rules you've got to take into place. Whereas low-speed electronics are the kind of things that we can build at home. So I've actually got to talk tomorrow where we're going to go through how to go about making your own boards for an Android Thing device that you can solder at home, basically. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow. But the nice thing about SOMs is that it's our initiative to democratize hardware development. And we're making it fun for prototyping, so anyone can take an Android Things board and build something, but there is a road to production. You don't have to switch hardware and switch your software platform. You can use the same hardware and software for both your prototype and the commercial product that you can sell in quantities. And that's one of the really important things about Android things and our architecture based on SOMs. So the way you get started with Android things is you start with one of these developer boards. So I've got some samples on the slide here, and you can see that the developer board is quite large. The SOM is plugged into it. The SOM is actually the really small component on the bottom left, and it's on the top left of the other one as well. So the SOM just plugs in, but the developer board has breakout pins for every interface you would need as a hacker or a maker or making prototypes. So there's USB ports, audio, GPIO pins, I2C buses, HDMI outputs, things like that. Now, you build your prototype, you put a breadboard next to it, you can run jumper wires across, and then when you finish, you can then take that custom board and shrink it down. But it's nice because you can test both and use the same SOM. So in tomorrow's talk, we're actually going to go through an example. So my colleague Dave actually built this LED candle project. So we wanted to test how hard it would be to make our own boards and then solder them in our own workshop. So you can see here on the left that Dave built a prototype which had a large board with the LEDs and resistors and wires on it plugged into the Edison debugging board, and we tested it. And once we were happy with it, then we used PCB software, we designed a schematic, and then we had the board fabricated. Now the board we fabricated very cheaply. There are lots of places nowadays that will fab boards for you really quickly and easily. And so you can see on the right that we have our LED prototype sitting in its plastic shell, and then there's a lid we put on top of it. And the board we built is almost the size of the SOM. And that's an example of how you can build a cheap board, build it in with a SOM, and then you can embed it into a component and sell it. So I was quite excited that we were able to hand solder this and build these prototypes. So it helps to increase the time that you can do for prototyping, because you don't want to have to wait a month every time you want to iterate on something, because electronics can be a little hard to do compared to software. So the nice thing about Android things, and we have a bunch of talks at Google I/O specifically about Android things, so definitely attend those if you're interested. But Android things uses standard Android APIs to make IoT devices. It's a variant of Android in the same way that Wear is, same way that TV is, and the same way that tablets and phones are different variants. And so they all use the same Android code base to implement their features, and the same APIs are available. Use Android Studio to write your code. You can use your existing code base, development tools, and you can hire any Android programmer to build IoT software for you now. Whereas in the past, you would have to hire someone who's familiar with microcontrollers and assembly language and low-level hardware. It's now a lot easier, and that's what we're really trying to do here. The other thing is that it's a real Android device, so it includes Google Play services with all of its features. So we've built a version of Google Play services that's reduced in size, so it uses less memory because it doesn't have as many features as a phone, for example. You're not making phone calls. But we have a special version of Google Play services that offers things like Fuse Location Provider, Firebase support, and that's available to you on your device as well. It really enables a lot of interesting functionality that we'll get into soon. So as we said before, it's based on a SOM architecture, but it's more than just the hardware modules itself. It's also the software. So Google is providing managed software updates for those SOMs in the form of what's called a BSP, or a board support package. So Google provides the Linux kernel, the drivers, and the libraries that are necessary to run Android on that SOM, and Google pushes updates to those devices itself. So you're a dog feeder manufacturer making little prototypes. You don't want to have to worry about security and updates and looking for kernel flaws. You simply get your updates from Google, you update your software module that runs on the device, and then you're done. So the same Android security team that makes patches for Android will be providing those same patches to Android Things devices as well. So every month or whatever the release cycle is, we'll make new binary updates for our SOM modules and push them out to public devices. And there'll be a developer console that you'll use to maintain those and keep your devices up to date, and also monitor how your fleet of IoT devices is doing. So we've provided a lot of really nice infrastructure that helps make automatic updates and keeps devices secure. Because security with IoT devices is very important. And as we're seeing, lots of devices are having problems out there that are not built correctly. We're trying to do our bit to make sure there's an ecosystem of secure devices out there that are based on Android. So one of the things I find really exciting about Android Things is it's not just about light bulbs and thermostats, but it's about all the really crazy ideas that we're going to be able to build in the future. These devices are very powerful. They're not microcontrollers. They're very high-end processors, similar to what you had in a phone 2 or 3 years ago. And so there's going to be a lot of possibilities for computer vision, for audio processing, and machine learning. And the computing power in these devices keeps increasing every year, and the costs keep decreasing as well. So we're going to see a lot of really interesting things, and we're enabling you to build those devices. And so one of the really nice examples is TensorFlow. So we've ported TensorFlow to Android, and therefore it also works on Android Things as well. It works on both ARM and x86 chips, so you can support any kind of Android Things device that's out there. And we've built some samples, so there's a URL up there to a GitHub project if you want to have a look. We did a blog post about this recently where we took a dog recognition sample and we made it work on Android Things. And so it's really cool because you can take photos of dogs and people and it'll classify them for you. And TensorFlow they've already provided a model called the Google Inception model. And this is a training set of data that Google has built using millions of images that they've trained, and then you can use it to recognize images. And so in the example, you could show a photo of a dog and it tells you what it is. And so in this example here, I've got my dog Mila, and you point the camera at her, and then it goes, wow, she's a Staffordshire Terrier. So it's that cool that it actually can identify the breed of the dog based on the photo. And so I think my next project, I like doing IoT projects at home for my dogs, so I built a pet feeder last year, but I think my next one is going to be some kind of camera-based thing that detects when they're on the couch and then scares them away from it or something like that. So I've got to work on that. If someone wants to build that, I'll definitely buy it. So TensorFlow is really cool, and it offers all kinds of amazing possibilities of doing machine vision, and it makes it really easy for you. And by using something like Google Inception, you don't even need to build a training set for it. You can just get started straight away. So check out the sample for that. So we talked about the Google Assistant before. So there is a third-party API that we've provided called Actions on Google, which is what you can use to extend the Google Assistant to support conversations with your users. And we call those assistant apps that you can build as a developer. And so we provide something called a conversation API that takes the Google Home's speech recognition. So when the user speaks something, it recognizes the text, generates a string, and it then passes it to your cloud service, and it gives it to you so that you can do something with that string. And then you can generate a reply, and then the reply will be spoken back to the user via the assistant. So it's just strings going back and forth. So it makes it really easy to integrate your own actions, and there's all kinds of demos out here that you can see in the sandbox areas to try them out for yourself if you haven't played with it before. And we have code labs that show you how to build your own actions as well, which is quite interesting. So in the example on the slide here, we have actually ported the Google I/O app to the Google Assistant. So you can actually ask it questions like, tell me what kind of topics you want to know, or when's the next Android talk. So you can ask these questions and have a conversational chat with it to find out what you want to know. And so we really want to encourage people to build conversations that are not press 1 for sales and press 2 for support, but they're much more intuitive. And we have a whole bunch of talks here about how to build really good voice user interfaces, or VUIs. And we have some of the best experts in the field giving these presentations to give you key insights as to how to build really good VUIs. And I remember going to one of the talks, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize that there was so much thought that's been put into this. So there's a lot of research that's been gone into making really good voice conversations, and you can build them now too. Now, the one thing about working with Actions on Google is that the basic API is strings going back and forth. But trying to build those complex conversations yourself is not easy. And you have to, if you had to write code that actually processed those strings separately, you would have a hard time doing it. So we've actually got a tool called API.ai that we use to help build really nice conversation actions that run on the Google Assistant. So let's talk a little bit about API.ai. API.ai has this really simple user interface. You don't even need to be a programmer to use it. And what you do is you give it example sentences of things that you want the system to process. So there's a video I made a couple months ago where we built this personal chef example. And so you could say things to it like, I'm hungry and I want a hot soup because it's cold outside, and chicken sounds good to me, and I'd like a cold dessert and I want it right now. You could give these really complex sentences, and API was able to extract out the key phrases of those sentences and pass it to your webhook so that you could do something with it. Trying to write a regular expression to process something like this is really complicated. And API uses machine learning techniques that you program by typing in these example sentences. It then learns from you, and then as users use your action, it then learns from that as well. And if there's mistakes, you can correct it, and it trains this model to understand the different phrases that people are going to give you. So it's a really neat way of building conversations, and it makes it really easy. And so I've had plenty of people on their design team who've never written code in their life, and they come into API and they start building their own assistant app, and it's really cool with what you can do with it. So we've got a bunch of great samples. If you go to developers.google.com/actions, we have a bunch of great samples on how to do that. And so if you're a beginner, you should start with that. And so finally, we mentioned in the keynote today that the assistant runs on phones, and it runs on the Google Home device, and we have other platforms coming soon. But the key thing to remember, I've had a few people ask me this, is like, well, if it runs on the phone, how do I build an APK around that? And the answer is all of the actions on Google is hosted in the cloud somewhere. You can use whatever cloud provider you want, but the action lives in the cloud somewhere because it's available to every device, Google Home, phones, portable devices, and so forth. Not every device has the ability to install apps onto the device itself. So have a look at the documentation to learn more, but it's definitely something if you're interested in building a conversational interaction with your service, because people are driving, they're walking, they're doing things. They're not always at a phone or at a computer, and this is definitely a way of enabling more capabilities for your service or platform. And so one thing we're announcing at Google I/O this year is a new contest for actions on Google. And so we want to see what kind of amazing, cool assistant apps that people like you build. And so we're launching this contest here at I/O to encourage that. So we've got over 20 different prizes, and one of the biggest prizes is a trip to Google I/O next year. So you don't have to wait in line for a ticket, and that's one of the prizes. So we really want to encourage you all to go out there and build assistant actions, submit them, try them out, and see how that goes. And there's a link, g.co actions challenge, that you can use to learn more about this. So next, we also have announced the Google Assistant SDK. And this allows you to embed the Google Assistant into custom devices that you build yourself. So you're no longer limited to just a phone or a Google Home. You can now make your own crazy device. And so if you look outside in the sandbox area, we have Deep Local, who's a partner of ours. They made a drink making machine that you can walk up to, press a button, tell it what you want, but you can have a conversation with it. You can say things like, oh, I'm feeling a bit thirsty. I really feel like whatever the drink is. And with the power of API, it helps to understand what you're trying to ask for, and it helps to tell you, and it helps to understand what you want. And so it's really amazing what they were able to do by embedding the Google Assistant SDK into their device. And they built it really quickly too. So recently, we announced in the Magpie magazine a kit called the AIY Projects Kit, which is that cardboard box that's shown at the top there. So it's a really nice kit because it's a cardboard box that has a button, a speaker, a microphone, and it all wraps around a Raspberry Pi. And we gave these kits away to tens of thousands of people, and every one of them has the Google Assistant built into it. So you push the button, talk to it, and you can do stuff with it. So I'm really curious to see what people are going to do with this kind of stuff, because the possibilities are endless. You can talk to your cocktail machine or whatever, so it's quite fun. So how can you go about embedding the Google Assistant SDK to work in your project? So we have a dedicated session at I/O about embedding the Google Assistant in, and has a lot of detail. The engineers on the team are going to go through code samples in a lot of detail. They're going to have demos. But I'm just going to give a quick little summary here. So if you look in the box of the AIY projects, it just has a microphone, a speaker, a few cables, and some buttons. So it's very simple. And we run on any Linux or Android things-based device. So we have support on both platforms. And the nice thing is that the software, the API that uses to talk to Google is based on something called gRPC, which is an open source portable library that's designed for doing this kind of interaction. And within like a week of launching this, we had all these people popping up with contributed projects, porting it to all kinds of different platforms. So I was quite excited to see the huge interest in this and the porting to many different platforms. It's really easy. And so you can run it on pretty much anything. The next thing is that you can use a button press to activate it, because you don't always want to use a hot word. But we do provide a library that adds hot word support too, so that you can trigger it just like we do on our consumer Google Home devices. So you can say, hey, Google, talk to it, and it does the recognition, and then it does everything just like you do on a Google Home. So basically, you show up with your hardware, speaker and microphone, and then you hook it all together, and then you use actions on Google to implement the rest of your functionality. And the actions on Google that you build work on either the device you've made, but it works on any device that the user had that they're logged into. So there are a lot of exciting possibilities. So as you saw from the cocktail machine, that's a pretty crazy idea. And I'm very interested to see what other crazy ideas people come up with and see it online and so forth. So that was a little tour of some of the developer platform extensions that we provide for Android, the Google Assistant, Actions on Google, and the Assistant SDK. But you might want to do even more than that as part of building a ubiquitous computing experience for your users. So you might want to connect up your devices and coordinate them, and now we're going to talk about how we go about doing that. So today at Google I/O, we announced the Smart Home initiative, which is our support for home automation. So we've supported consumer devices for a while, but now we're opening this up to third-party developers so that anyone can build a device that integrates with our smart home. So if you go over to the tent over there, you can see a variety of demos that we've got where you can play with commercial devices that are available, but now you can build your own. And you can integrate them into what we call the home graph. So the home graph is a diagram of sorts that knows the state of all of the devices that are in your house. Your light bulbs, your thermostats, your doors. It remembers how bright your lights are at any particular time and what color they're set to. And with the home graph storing this information, you then have the ability to speak to the Google Assistant and to make changes to it. So you can say things like make it warmer, or turn off all the lights, or dim the lights just a little bit. Now, dim the lights just a little bit requires knowledge of the current brightness and then what a little bit means. And so Google handles all of the parsing of the language to extract out what you're trying to do. It goes to the home graph, makes the changes, and then it sends commands to all of the devices to change their state so that it matches what the user desires here. And so device makers can now build these things really easily, whereas before it required you to have a separate app running on your phone that you would have to press. But now you can just be sitting back on your couch and you can just speak to your Google Home device and it just does everything for you. So it's kind of cool. So how do you do this? I'm going to quickly go through an example. There is a talk that goes through this in complete detail, where they're going to show demos and go through the example line by line. But basically what happens is we've provided a sample, which is on our developers google.com/action/smarthome. And there's a Node.js sample that we've provided. So what you do is you spin up the Node.js example on your cloud server of your choice, and then you submit an action package that tells the Google Home that that demo exists. The next step is you go to your phone, and you have to register the devices that you own. So you click on your smart home integration, you type in your username and password for that particular OEM's service, and then it does an OAuth login and it returns OAuth credentials to the Google Home. So the Assistant. So the Assistant now has an OAuth login token that it can use to control your devices. So when it comes time for the user, when they say something like dim the lights a little bit, now everything springs into action. So dim the lights a little bit goes to the home graph. The home graph then decides how much to lower the dimness of that light bulb by, and then the light bulb is sent a command that's through the API that we show you, and then the command arrives at your cloud service, and then you can send the command to your light bulbs with however it's implemented and change the light bulb state. So it's really designed to integrate with existing infrastructures, because lots of companies have different kinds of light bulbs out there, and we want to make it really easy. So it hooks in to all their existing cloud infrastructure really easily. So you write a really small cloud service and hook it all in, and it just works. Now, sorry. one of the really nice things about this initiative is that we integrate devices across all different OEMs. So you don't need to mention the name of the manufacturer when you want to change a light bulb. You just say, turn all the lights on or turn all the lights off, and it tells all of them that are connected to the home graph. The other thing you can do is you can embed the Google Assistant SDK into a device like a light bulb, and then you can talk to the light bulb itself. So when you speak to the light bulb, you can say, turn off, the light bulb will turn off. But you could also say, turn all the lights on in the house, and then it'll send the command everywhere. So you have the ability to embed the assistant into the devices itself, and there's all kinds of combinations you can do here. So the cocktail machine example, that's also an example of a device that has the assistant built in, and it's a device of its own that hooks in to the ecosystem of things. So that's the really nice thing about the Google Assistant SDK, is it brings both embedding devices and the smart home initiative together. So definitely go check that out in the sandbox area. There's a bunch of really nice demos, and we have examples that you can actually play with to sort of see how they work. As a few other developer products, let's go through them quickly. We also have Firebase. So Firebase is an SDK that many of you are familiar with for writing Android apps. It works on the web, Android, iOS, and it's a very portable library that runs anywhere. Now, Firebase Cloud Messaging is a part of that, and it allows you to deliver quick, reliable messages to devices to wake them up. Now, normally when you build IoT devices, the quick and dirty way is to do polling, where you poll once every 5 minutes to find out what your latest command is going to be. But that's not very efficient, because if someone says change the lights, it'll take 5 minutes. So Firebase Cloud Messaging is a great way of delivering messages to your products between devices, if that's something you want to do. And it provides very fast updates, and it's available currently everywhere. And because Android Things supports Google Play services, it then supports all of the cool features of Firebase as well. Firebase also has a real-time database capability. So it's cloud-hosted, it's based on NoSQL, and it lets you store and sync data between your devices in real time as well. So maybe the smart home thing is not for you, and maybe you want to do your own kind of synchronizing between devices. You can use that here as well. And once again, because Android Things supports all of Firebase out of the box, you can use this stuff for free without having to do any extra work. And actually, one of our engineers on my team, he made a sample where he actually ported Firebase to work on Arduino devices as well. So there's a URL for there if you want to do that. That's useful for really, really cheap devices if you want to embed Firebase into that. The nice thing about Firebase, the database, is that you don't even need to provide your own server. If you just want to synchronize data between devices, you don't need to have any cloud hosting, and we handle all of the provisioning and scaling and so forth. And so we've provided a whole bunch of samples for that, so go check that out if you're interested. And finally, for Firebase, we also have the ability to store larger user-generated content. So you might have like a doorbell where you press a button and it takes a photo, and you want to synchronize that photo over to a device that's running an app that you've got. So this is great because you can take that photo, it'll store it in Firebase for you, and then make it available to all of the other devices that are part of your ecosystem. So you can store photos, videos, large files. It's kind of nice for things like this. And once again, it works on Android Things, but also it's something that you might want to consider using on Android Wear or Android TV as well. Because remember, they're full Android devices that have the same capabilities as phones, so you can use it there as well. And then just yesterday, we released a blog post where we announced a new initiative called Cloud IoT Core, which is a fully managed service on the Google Cloud Platform that allows you to securely connect millions of IoT devices to Google Cloud. Now, the reason this is cool is because it scales automatically and it works anywhere in the world. We provide endpoints everywhere that you don't have to worry about. You just simply upload your data and it works everywhere in the world. It handles millions of devices. And imagine a scenario where you've got an enterprise where you're building millions of thermostats or power meters for the power company or something. Now, every one of those power meters is going to be logging data every minute. And there's millions of them. So imagine millions of devices logging data every minute. You're going to end up with terabytes and terabytes of data really, really quickly. So Google Cloud is ideal for this kind of thing because it's built to run really mega large applications. And so we support the ability to use standardized MQTT messages. So we support lots of different protocols like that. And you can access all your data very easily. And the nice thing is you can use cloud services like BigQuery to analyze that data and extract out really useful information that you might not be able to see with small data sets. So once again, we have a bunch of talks about cloud IoT as well. We've got 2 of them. One's a combo session about Android things, and another one is just about cloud IoT and all the concepts. So definitely check out those 2 talks if you're interested. They've got demos and samples and so forth that you can learn more about. So we're almost out of time. So that was a quick whirlwind tour of some of the things that Google provides to support ubiquitous computing and the Internet of Things. And we think they're really useful for making amazing, powerful, and secure products that scale to a worldwide audience. Because you can't just build things small, we've got to build big because there's lots of people out there. Every single one of the things I mentioned here has a dedicated deep dive session at I/O, and so you should definitely check that out. And also, if you can't make it to those talks, they're all being recorded, so don't worry, you can catch up on them later. The other point about Google I/O that I want to highlight is that it's all about meeting people and talking to the engineers who work on the products. So if you look at the top of the map, there's a code lab area. Not everyone's been to the code labs before, but you can actually sit down and work on a machine and try these products out yourself. We've got devices plugged in, and it's a lot of fun. And we have the engineers who work on those products standing around to answer questions and help you out. We have office hours on the bottom right, where you can show up. We've got 3 sessions for Android things, where you can come and meet the engineers and ask questions. And also, we're going to be around. So if you see any of us walking around, come and talk to us and tell us what your idea is, if you've got any problems or whatever. So we look forward to hearing from you. So finally, what's next? So if you want to learn more, join our Google Plus communities. So we've got 3 of them for IoT, Actions, and Assistant. And we do a lot of postings there to keep people up to date. I also am a developer advocate for IoT and Android things, and also the Assistant. So follow me on Google Plus and Twitter if you want to keep up to date with everything that I'm working on. So what can you do with all this? So there are all kinds of possibilities for IoT and the Internet of Things. And think about cool ideas you can build, but also I want everyone to think about what things you could do to help people who are less fortunate. Think of people with accessibility issues and people who could benefit from having more computing in their lives to perform tasks they can't currently perform. This technology is going to change the world, and I look forward to building it with you. Thank you very much.
Welcome friends. Today we have with us Preeti Guruswamy to share her journey as a woman in tech. Preeti, how did you get started with programming?
I don't come from a CS background. I come from a biotechnology background. I wanted to be in medicine. Unfortunately, because of financial situation, I couldn't get into medicines. So a lot of people said, why not try IT? Started as a software tester, and something caught me. After a year, I wanted to do programming, and I remember my mentor, she asked me, have you programmed? I said, no. Will you do it? She asked me, and I said, yes.
Preeti, you've been involved in many communities. What is the one thing that keeps you motivated to contribute back to the society?
I feel women need a lot of empowerment, and even as a child, right, whenever there used to be a maid and their daughters, I used to always sit with them and teach them so that, okay, do something as an education, because education is a very important part of it. And mostly you're educated because you need to have a good husband. Otherwise, if you're less educated, you may not get a very... I think that's why mostly all of us are educated. At least my cousin clan we are all educated because we get a good husband. And I was not very keen about not getting good husband because I never thought education is for a husband, right? Education was for self.
What is the message that you would like to give to the women out there who want to start mentoring other women?
I think first thing, whether you want to be a mentor or not, you need to believe in yourself and move forward. I think most of the time we don't believe in ourselves, right? And mentoring is one of the beautiful concepts that has been in India. We call gurus, we had gurus before, they were all mentors. Unfortunately, we have forgotten that fact, right? And being a mentor, you will learn a lot. So be truthful, be sincere, and tell your experience in a very sincere way. You don't know who will be inspired by you, who will learn from you. You don't know. They might learn or they may not learn, but at least you will carve a path for somebody, and definitely you will be a good mentor.
Thanks a lot, Preeti, and you have a great story to share.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. We have with us Soham Mondal today, who is a Google developer expert for user experience. Soham, what is UX according to you?
So UX is, as you know, right, user experience. It's about understanding the need, the basic goal that they want to achieve, and helping them achieve that goal, as simple as that.
Recently, your app got featured on the Play Store. So what are your tips for other app developers?
So the first thing is do a lot of user research. Understand their backgrounds and motivations, why they are installing your app in the first place, and then build something for that. After that, once you've understood that, you've tested that, done some usability testing, then follow guidelines, right? Guidelines make your life easier. Follow material design guidelines and other guidelines. That's how my app got featured on the Play Store.
What are the tips you would like to give for people who are building for rural India?
The challenges in rural India are completely different. You have to first of all localize the application, right? There are so many languages in India. It's very important that you localize the app and make it very, very accessible. Apart from that, make sure that the gestures and icons and the overall application is very, very localized. So people are not used to swiping because that's their first computing device. So make sure that you are building something that they understand. And finally, make sure that you're doing usability testing, that they're able to achieve the task, right, in any kind of application. That's very, very important. So with all of this, I'm sure you'll be able to make a great application for the whole of India.
You are a BLR Droid community organizer. What is it that motivates you to give your skills and expertise back to the community?
I've been part of this community for, since 2009. And initially I was just a member. I used to go to meetups, I used to learn so much, I used to meet so many interesting people. Such a great experience that you learn something, you meet people, and then you want to kind of give back to it because it's so good. I've learned so much from it. It's only fair that I give it back. So that's my motivation.
We have with us Aparna Sridhar, who is a product manager at HackerRank. There are so many people who really look up to you. What really inspired you into technology?
I started writing my first program when I was, say, in 6th standard. Just playing around with BASIC back in the days when, we had dial-up connection. And when I decided what to do for, undergraduate studies, that's when, I had the option to again pick computer science, and at that point in time I dated back to this enjoyable experience I had as a child and thought maybe I would give that a try.
Tell us about your experience as lead coach for the Udacity Android Nano degree.
Something that I would like to highlight about teaching is that it's been the most fulfilling and gratifying experience. Can I help that one student who almost wants to give up on programming, who almost feels like this experience is too hard? If I can help that one person at a time progress, I feel like later in their life sometimes they would look back to do it for somebody else again.
What is your message to the women in tech out there?
We undergo a lot of stereotypes. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm the only woman in the room and automatically the question is, are you in sales, are you in marketing? The more women can do to break that stereotype, to embrace more of these roles, the more we can change this perspective that we do have in tech.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market, however, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users.
You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career, but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them. Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and now on tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google Search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love.
but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Android Instant Apps make it possible for users to access your app without having to install it first. Imagine users opening your app just by clicking on a link in an email or a text message. We've recently made Android Instant Apps available to all Android developers. To take full advantage of this, we have some best practices to help you make your Instant Apps user experience as great as that in your installed app, or maybe even better. You can find all this and more at the URL in the description below. It's important to keep in mind that by enabling your app to run instantly without installation, you're not creating another additional app. We're thinking of Instant Apps as another way to use the app your users already know and love. It's the same app, just without installation. By adding the ability to access your app directly from a link, a search result, or another app, it's much easier for users to engage with your app and get excited about it. If they decide to keep your app on their device permanently, they can then install it right from within the Instant App. The ability to launch an app without having to install it provides an enormous opportunity. For a long time, app developers have focused on the number of app installations as a proxy for the metrics their business really cares about. Without installation, users simply weren't able to engage with the developer's offerings at all. Removing this barrier to entry enables you to think about the metrics your business really cares about. Your audience is now just one tap away from engaging with your service. Your Instant App is just another mode your app can run in. So don't branch your UI and make any unnecessary changes regarding the layout, interface, design, or experience of your Instant App. The transition from instant to installed mode after installation should be as smooth and seamless as possible. Your users should have a rich and full app experience, even if they haven't installed your app. Rather than thinking of Instant Apps as a limiting factor to what your audience can do, think of it as an opportunity to get them to your functionality quicker and a way to foster your relationship with them. Avoid prompting your users to install the app when they're in the middle of a task. They'll be much more inclined to place your app onto their device permanently after it has had the opportunity to prove its usefulness. Refrain from bouncing them back and forth between your Instant App and your mobile web offerings. You can probably tell by now, Instant Apps are all about removing friction for your users and getting them closer to your functionality. Think about ways you can remove further barriers for your users. For example, wait until users can see the benefit of making an account and signing in until the value of doing so becomes apparent. Asking users to create an account after installation seems like a small additional ask when they've already gone through the app installation flow and are only just getting started. However, when they're coming from a link looking for specific content or functionality, being asked to register can feel very disruptive. Additionally, make sure to use available APIs to make your and your users' life easier. Using Google Smart Lock, for example, makes signing up and signing in a much simpler and straightforward experience. In summary, we really think that Instant Apps will unlock a lot of opportunity to engage your audience more directly. Users will be able to focus on what it is they want to accomplish rather than having to spend time maintaining and updating apps on their phone. We're super excited to see what you come up with. Everything I talked about here and much more you can find on g.co/instantapps. Thanks for watching.
That's right. We are here to talk today about accessibility. Great. So, my name's Patrick Clary. I'm a product manager on accessibility here at Google. And I'll be kicking things off. We also have a great group of presenters from different areas across Google with me here today. And there's a few things that I want you to take away with you as you leave today. The first one is why designing for accessibility is really so important and benefits our users. And this isn't just users with a disability or an accessibility need, but I want to get across that this actually helps all users. The second thing you'll learn about is accessibility on Android. You'll hear about what's coming in Android O, and you'll see some awesome new demos of these things. And then third is tips on user research for users who have an accessibility need. You'll hear about this, and you'll also see an inside look with a couple examples on things we've done at Google, how we perform research on a couple of different products. It's very exciting. So first, why accessibility? So accessibility is something that is near and dear to my heart, but I want to give you a few reasons why it's important, and I'm speaking to the developers, why it's important to developers to consider as well. So here's a metric that I actually find very compelling, right? 1 in 5 people will have a disability in their lifetime. This is just a staggering number. So addressing accessibility can have a direct benefit on these users. It's a huge benefit, right? It's actually a life-changing benefit. So for these users, it actually means the difference with connecting to friends, families, really taking advantage of the technology that mainstream users really use and enjoy. The second, as I mentioned, is that designing for accessibility really benefits all users. And let me give you a couple examples. So first, think about designing a product that's meant for a blind or a low vision user. So when you're doing this, you actually help users that might just have their eyes occupied. So perhaps they're driving, they're looking at another screen, they're not looking directly at their Android device. Another example is designing for a user that might have a motor impairment. So an example would be a tremor. This is an impairment that affects their use of a touch screen. It makes it difficult for them to use a touch screen. So designing effectively for these users actually benefits mainstream users who, for otherwise, they just can't use their touch screen. Maybe they're holding groceries, maybe they're cooking, but they can't use their touch screen effectively. And when you think about it this way, designing for accessibility is really about designing for the widest possible range of abilities within the widest possible range of situations. It's not really about designing for disabilities, it's about designing for all users. So where does Android fit in? So in Android, we have a series of settings, APIs, and services for accessibility. So settings, these really allow users to customize how their device looks and feels, right? APIs allow developers to build out their apps in ways that meet the needs of users who have accessibility needs. And it also allows us to build accessibility services. So an accessibility service is a long-running, privileged program that runs on your device that either changes the way users consume the content of your device or it changes the way they interact with your device. And we have a few here. These are 4 that Google has developed: TalkBack, BrailleBack, Switch Access, and Voice Access. So TalkBack and BrailleBack, these are services designed for users who are blind or have low vision. TalkBack is our screen reader. What this allows users to do is basically interpret the content of their device through an audio stream. So users will listen to what's on their device using TalkBack. BrailleBack, it's similar, but instead of an audio stream, the content goes to a refreshable Braille display. This is a little handheld Braille device where a user can scan their fingers across it and interpret the content on the screen. We also have Switch Access and Voice Access. These are 2 services that are targeted to users with motor impairments. So for example, as I mentioned, users that have a tremor. These are users that typically can't use a touch screen. So with Switch Access and Voice Access, we actually provide full Android control without ever having to touch the screen. So with Switch Access, users typically use an adaptive switch device. You'll see an example of one of these later, but this is a physical hardware switch that a user might have mounted in front of them, mounted to a wheelchair, and they'll tap on the switch to linearly scroll through things on their device. Voice Access actually allows users to control their device purely by voice. So you'll issue voice commands that correspond to touch controls. These are things like scroll up, scroll down, tap Gmail, go home, etc. So that's what we have on Android. For a deeper look into the upcoming version of Android, I'll hand it off to Maya and Victor.
Hello, thank you, Patrick. My name is Victor Tsaran, and I'm a technical program manager on the Android Accessibility Services team. For Android O, our major focus was to increase productivity for users of accessibility services. In particular, we looked at users who are blind and visually impaired and use TalkBack Screen Reader. We're introducing accessibility APIs to help developers who develop accessibility services for people with physical disabilities. One such service you guys already heard about is called Switch Access. Last but not least, we're introducing a new accessibility service which will help people with print and learning disabilities to read information on the screen. But let me start with new features for TalkBack. The first feature I would like to talk about is called Accessibility Volume. Behind the fancy words is an ability for someone who is blind or visually impaired, or specifically uses TalkBack Screen Reader, to adjust the volume of speech independently from the volume of media, for example, when watching a YouTube video or listening to music. We're doing this by introducing a new audio stream in O we called Accessibility Stream. As a developer of an accessibility service, what that means to you is that you will have to request this feature when writing your accessibility service. Otherwise, it is not available to you. So let me show you how this feature works.
Device unlocked. 3. Home. Pixel. Overview. Overview. Settings.
I will dismiss this guy.
Dismiss YouTube. Settings. Dismiss you. Open YouTube app. YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube. Showing items 1 to 2 of 207. The developer show TL. Dr. O'17. Google. The developer show TL. Dr. O'17. 11K views.
So here's a typical situation.
Android app development online course.
I'm trying to listen to TalkBack, and this thing is talking back at me. Oh my God, I can't hear anything.
More button.
What I can do right now, I can completely shut off the volume of the video, and I can still hear TalkBack.
More button. Like this. More Google 024. This Google up next.
So this is essentially how this works. So TalkBack user is now able to adjust the speech of the volume of the speech independently from the media volume.
035 of
more details and links are on the
100. Expand.
O'59 beta is now available with headless Chrome.
Incidentally, you will also notice that there is now a new accessibility volume slider at the top of the screen. So that, again, allows you, if you're a visual user, you can adjust this slider as well from the volume tray.
Rewind.
MySQL.
Pause video. Play video. Home screen 1 of 2.
So the next feature I would like to talk about
308. Screen off. Ringer silent.
has
Lock
to do
screen.
with new gestures for TalkBack. Many of the new Android devices use a fingerprint sensor at the back of their device. So we decided why not utilize the fingerprint sensor for additional gestures to allow TalkBack users activate some of the favorite of their features. So we are introducing in O ability for an accessibility service such as TalkBack to utilize fingerprint sensor. The gestures available to the user are swiping left, right, up, or down. These gestures are assignable, so the user can decide what TalkBack features each gesture will launch. Again, as a developer of an accessibility service, you will have to request a special flag in order to be able to take advantage of fingerprint gestures. Fingerprint gestures work, again, only on O devices. I just wanted to point that out. And let me show you how this works.
Device unlocked. 3:10 p.m. Home screen 1 of 2. Inbox. Chrome. Camera.
So I'm going to attempt something very brave. I'll take a selfie.
Camera. Camera.
And I'll be using
Zero
fingerprint
faces.
gestures to do that.
Photo gallery. Shutter. Switch to front camera. Switch to back camera. One face. Right. Width 50% of screen. Very close. 0 faces. Shutter. Photo taken. Photo gallery. One face. Center.
All right.
Width 50% of screen. Very close. 0. Home screen 1 of 2. 3:10. Screen
Thank
off.
you very much. So
Ringer
this
silent.
is
Lock
the
screen.
fingerprint gestures on, in Android O for accessibility. The next feature I would like to talk about is multilingual support. One of the things we realized that since Android is being used so much outside of the US, we badly need to support international users. And in O, we're introducing ability for the Google text-to-speech engine to automatically recognize languages that are appearing on the screen and switch text-to-speech to speak in that particular language. If you're a developer and you would like to trigger language automatic switching, you can use locale spans. You have to wrap your strings in locale spans to trigger that change. But before you get excited, let me show you how actually the language switching feature works.
Device unlocked. 3:11. Home. Overview. Overview. Showing home. Home. Home screen. App inbox. Pick messages. Inbox. Inbox. Remember subject beautiful day. Remember to. From Carl to me. May 11th. More menu. Hi there. Hi there.
Okay, so my wife, lovely wife, likes to, pull little jokes at me. Well, in this particular case, this is not a joke. She sent me a message a few days ago, tried to invite me for dinner. And she does a lot of things in style. So this particular case is no exception. So she decided to send me a message in 4 languages. Because, we're so cool, right? So let's see how TalkBack deals with this particular situation.
More menu. Hi there. Comment boss. Hi there.
Comment vas-tu? Moi, je suis très heureuse. Jest piękna, słoneczna pogoda i gdzie byś nie spojrzał, kwitną kwiaty.
Всюди чути чарівний спів птахів.
星期三快乐，祝你们玩得尽兴。
Let's have dinner tonight.
Okay? Yep. Thank you. So that's, luckily both of us can speak all those languages, so I was able to understand what she said. So the languages were French, Polish, Ukrainian, and Chinese, just for your information. So, and the last feature I would like to talk about is the new accessibility shortcut. For quite a bit of time, users have been asking us for ability to turn off their favorite accessibility service regardless of which screen they're on. So they wanted a shortcut key that they can press and the service will toggle on and off. For example, if a blind person walked into the store that sold Android phones, they wanted to be able to launch TalkBack and start exploring the phone to decide whether this is something they wanted to purchase or not. Well, in O, we're introducing this accessibility shortcut. By default, it's configured to launch TalkBack. However, it can be reconfigured to launch any of the available accessibility services on your device. I want to point out that this works on any screen, even after you exit the setup wizard. So once the shortcut is configured, it will be available to the user at all times. As a developer of an accessibility service, you will have to request this feature at runtime when your service runs. Otherwise, it is not available to you. So it's only available to accessibility services. And as you can guess, the demo is going to be pretty simple. So I'll show you how this works.
Home.
All I have to do right now is press two volume keys at the same time. And the accessibility service is off. If I press them again,
TalkBack on. Inbox.
That's it. And that's how the accessibility shortcut works.
3:15.
So as you can imagine, I just scratched the surface. There's much more coming up, but I would like Maya to talk about these other exciting services and APIs. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Victor, for the lovely demos. My name is Maya Ben-Ari. I'm a product manager on Android accessibility. The next set of features we're going to talk about are new APIs to framework to support new accessibility functionality. We're adding continuous gesture API. In Android Nougat, we added an API to allow performing gestures on behalf of the user. In Android O, we are extending this API to make it easier to perform continuous gestures. What does it mean? Is that, for example, it will be easier for a user using a wheelchair mouse or a head tracker to perform gestures such as drag and drop, text selection, answering phone calls, and zooming in and out of maps. The next feature I'm very excited about, it's called the accessibility button in the navigation bar. What we added here is a new button, accessibility button, to the right of the navigation bar to quickly invoke context-dependent accessibility features. Let's give an example. Right now, we had magnification. So a user using magnification can triple tap to magnify the screen. However, some users find it challenging to perform the triple tap gestures. In Android O, we are adding an alternative to invoke magnification. So let me show you how this works. So I have the accessibility button on the bottom right of the screen. I can simply tap the button, and if I tap anywhere on the screen, I will magnify the content. Now I can move this around using 2 fingers, and if I want to demagnify it, I will just press the accessibility button again. Back to the slides. Now this is optionally supported by developers for devices with software-rendered navigation bar. And the button will be shown there only if there is an accessibility service or feature that supports it and is turned on. The next set of features are for people with print disabilities. Print disabilities are people who have difficulty of reading text. Those include people with dyslexia, farsighted, low vision, illiterate, or even people who just want to learn a new language. We recently launched a service called Select to Speak. Select to Speak is part of TalkBack 5.2. And what the service does is it vocalizes content on the screen by allowing users to select elements to read. Now, this service is available from Lollipop MR1 and up. Now, this is an example of how Select to Speak works. You can see a floating action button. Then the user can either tap an element or select, marquee select elements to read, and the content will be read out loud. In Android O, we're adding additional functionality for Select to Speak, including reading the whole page, advanced controller to move backward and next or adjust the speed. We add also word level highlighting, and we integrated this service into the setup wizard. Now, let me show you how it works. So I have here the accessibility button, and if I long press on the accessibility button, I can show that also I have a service which uses this button called Select to Speak. I will select that one, and if I will tap the button again, then I will be shown a controller bar. At this point, I can drag and drop or move the controller bar on the screen. Now, I can either support the functionality I already have. For example, I can marquee select or tap an element.
Maps, clock.
And it will be read out loud. Now, what I can also have is continuous reading.
69 degrees Fahrenheit. Wednesday, May 17th. Maps, clock, Play Store, Chrome, Drive.
I'll stop that one. Now, we also have the Select to Speak. It can read the whole page, and it can read the whole sentences, and I can go backward and forward with the sentences and also increase and decrease the speed by pressing the plus and minus button. Let me show you how it works.
Navigate up. Select to Speak. Settings. On. When Select to Speak is on, you can tap specific items on your screen to hear. First, tap the, then you can tap a specific item like text or an image. Drag your finger across the screen to select multiple items. Tap the play button to hear everything.
Thank you. And this is Select to Speak, available in Android O and with TalkBack 5.2. Now, the next section is about testing. We'd like to make Android more accessible for everyone. And developers are a crucial part of this mission. You can develop better experience for people with disability, but a lot of it has to do with how you test your app for accessibility. In the next section, I'm going to talk about manual and automated testing for accessibility. Now, let's start with manual testing. The first thing that you want to do is you want to get familiar yourself and understand how the experience works with Android accessibility services, specifically with TalkBack and Switch Access. So download TalkBack, turn it on, and cover your eyes, and try to go through the experience in your app. You'd like to notice whether your app is representing correctly the content for TalkBack. For example, maybe you have unlabeled buttons, or maybe you're missing context description, or maybe you have controllers which are hard to interact with. Pay special attention for issues that may impact users efficiently while you are performing command flows. Now, if it works well with TalkBack, it will also likely work well with BrailleBack and Select to Speak, because what you are doing is you are actually testing your app's output. You are testing whether you are representing correctly your content to the accessibility service. The next thing that you want to test is you want to test with Switch Access. As Patrick mentioned, Switch Access is a service targeted for users with motor impairment who has difficulty interacting with their device. In that case, the user connects something which is called an adaptive switch. This is an example of an adaptive switch. Now, the adaptive switch can contain 2 buttons, less or more. And in that case, the user can map 1 button for a next operation and 1 for an enter. Now, if you don't have an adaptive switch, you can just connect an external keyboard and map your keyboard buttons to specific activities in switch access. Now, after you do that, you want to go through command flow, and you want to note whether switch access interacts correctly with your app UI. Now, if it works well with switch access, it will also likely work well with voice access, because what you are doing at that point, you are testing your app input. With switch access and talkback, you are testing both your app output and input. Now, testing switch access with switch access and talkback is the best way for you to understand the experience that you are providing for users with different needs. But this is not all, because there are multiple other features available on the platform, including magnification, enlarged text. To facilitate accessibility testing, we also provide a tool which is called Accessibility Scanner. Accessibility Scanner is a standalone app which you can download free from the Play Store. And the app is targeted for app developer and QA testers, and it suggests ways for you to improve the accessibility of your app. How you can use it? Just download it, turn it on, and then you will see a floating action button on your screen. Bring the UI you are interested in into the foreground, press the button, and then Accessibility Scanner will analyze the UI and will show some suggestion of how to improve your accessibility. And in this example, it shows an example for improving your text contrast. We shipped this app at March last year, and we're very happy to announce that in the last year, user used Accessibility Scanner to find over 1 million opportunities for improving their app accessibility. Definitely check it out and download Accessibility Scanner from the Play Store. And a bit about automated testing. We also created accessibility testing framework to allow you to perform automated testing. Accessibility Testing Framework is an open source library that provides runtime evaluation on real Android UI constructs. We integrated this testing framework into two common test frameworks called Robolectric and Espresso. If you're already using those testing framework, you can simply turn on accessibility test functionality within those frameworks, and then you might see some of your tests start failing because they could have an improved accessibility. Lastly, we launched a new section about accessibility on developer.android.com, and this can help you guide to better understand how to implement accessibility in your app. Specifically, we have a page about testing your app accessibility. In general, we recommend a balance between manual testing and automated testing for making your app accessible. With this page, the page summarizes how you can develop a holistic test strategy that improve both manual and automated testing. But with all this testing, there is no better way than interacting with actual user and conducting user research. And for that, Astrid and Melissa are going to tell you all about that.
Thank you, Maya. I'm Astrid Weber, and I work on user experience research for accessibility engineering at Google.
And I'm Melissa Barnhart, and I'm a UX researcher on Android.
So what is actually UX research, and why do we need it? Imagine you have the dream of opening a bar. I mean, how many of us haven't had it at some point in our lives? You have these cool design ideas for the interior of your bar. You know exactly what you want to serve on your drinking menu. And you really know that the music you're going to play is what you basically have at home, and you play yourself the most. Basically, while you're building your bar, you're imagining how perfect a bar could be if it would just be the perfect place for someone with exactly the same taste like yourself. Basically, your users, they are just like yourself, right? Chances are, unfortunately, that your bar might be empty. And your business idea might be failing. Like over 50% of all bars and restaurants are failing within the first year of their existence. And I'm pretty sure that all the owners of these bars and restaurants really wanted to create a good experience and really made choices that they would have taken themselves. And this brings us up to the importance of user experience research and design for restaurants and bars, but also for technology development. Because unfortunately, the failure rate among startups is at 90%, which is much higher than actually the one around restaurants. At the same time, research shows that if you are testing your own assumptions and your user needs often and early, your chances increase so much more that you will end up with a well-rated app and satisfied users. Which brings us very close to the definition of actual and objective UX research, which really is all about changing your own perspective to that of your users to understand their needs, including all their accessibility needs. User research focuses on understanding user behaviors, needs, and motivations through various research techniques. It is the process of understanding the impact of design on an audience. Now that we have a common understanding of the concept of UX research, what does it actually entail? UX research is a set of research methods that can help you during the whole process of your product development cycle. UX research methods such as field studies, interviews, or competitive analysis are very well suited in the beginning of your product development work, because they are especially useful in order to understand how technology usage works and how new innovative fields work. Once you have decided what to build and you have a first prototype, research methods such as usability studies, participatory design exercises, or remote research are actually really useful for you to understand what works and what doesn't work in the hands of your users. And lastly, once your product is out there in the market, you really want to understand how it's doing, right? Research methods such as cognitive walkthroughs, research methods such as log analysis, diary studies, as well as remote testing really help you at that stage of your product development to understand how the app is doing in the market and if people really like it. And with that, I hand it over to Melissa, who has a very concrete example for you from our recent accessibility Android development on O.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Astrid. So today I'd like to show you exactly how accessibility research has informed the design process for Android. Let's take the example of settings. We want all users to be able to easily access and understand settings that are relevant to them, including users with accessibility needs. Here we have a screenshot of the accessibility settings page for Android N. When planning for Android O, we had some assumptions about this page. Firstly, we felt that it was a bit unorganized, making it difficult for users to find what they need. Secondly, we questioned whether or not categories like services and system had any real meaning to users. So we turned to research to check our assumptions and make more informed design decisions. We used two research methods, usability studies and intercepts. And as Astrid just mentioned, these methods are well suited for the design develop stage. So we started with usability studies. In these studies, we invited people with visual impairments to our offices and prompted them to interact with the accessibility settings page you just saw. Now, we immediately observed some issues. Specifically, the participants could not always find the settings we asked them to find, and even when they did, they weren't always sure what those settings would do. Now, our approach to this research was iterative, so we'd learn things in one study, adjust the design, and then retest the adjusted design in the next study. But we wanted to hear from a wider, more diverse audience. So we went to a conference. In January, we attended the Assistive Technology Industry Association conference in Orlando, Florida. With just a clipboard, pen, paper, and phone, we approached conference attendees and asked them for 10 minutes of feedback on our latest designs. These intercepts allowed us to gather a lot of feedback in a relatively short time frame. In just 2 days, we talked to 15 people with visual, cognitive, and motor impairments, as well as AT professionals and educators. As a result of this research, we verified a lot of our assumptions and fine-tuned our designs. And here's a sneak peek at the accessibility settings page for Android O. On the right, you'll see that we're introducing categorizations by utility. So instead of categories like services and system, you'll find categories like screen readers and display. Also, we've added colorful icons to make Android services pop. Lastly, below each setting, we've included a short description to explain what the setting does. Now, accessibility research helped guide this design approach, and it can help you too. So if you want to build products for the widest possible audience and genuinely improve people's lives, consider incorporating accessibility research into your current process. I promise you don't need fancy equipment or a big budget to get started. Think creatively about how you can talk to users with accessibility needs. Maybe you attend a conference like we did. Maybe you reach out to a local organization or university. Or maybe you have a friend with dyslexia or colorblindness who would be willing to try your app and give you 15 minutes of feedback. Try to include one person with accessibility needs in your next research study and see what you learn. The difference between 0 and even a little bit of data is astounding. And with that, I will hand it back over to Astrid.
Thanks, Melissa. Those of you working on consumer-facing apps hopefully already marked your calendars now to conduct some accessibility research as soon as you're back in the office. Those of you who work on developer-facing applications might be wondering, but what about my target group? Well, the good news is they can also benefit from UX research. And we have an example of our very own accessibility scanner app about how that UX research really helped us to develop a better application. We tested accessibility scanner with designers, test engineers, developers, and product managers. We did early-stage prototyping with some paper mocks. In addition to that, we also tested the name itself. Yes, you heard correctly. Accessibility Scanner was not born with that name. We had a long list of options, but rather just following our own intuition or preference, we asked our users in interviews, because we wanted to understand which name would be most memorable and what people are associating with each of the options. Thanks to UX research, we also made some visual and interaction design changes to the application. One of the visual design changes entails that we do not use colors anymore to distinguish the kind of issues being detected. Having a diverse sample of users really helped us there, because the colorblind participants of our study clearly signaled to us that they felt left out of the experience if you used color, because they could not necessarily distinguish the elements based on that factor. We also improved the overall flow of the application by making it easy to just click on any element of detection and then get a short description of the issue. This way, the application became especially useful and usable to those new to accessibility testing. And on that note, I will hand it back to Patrick, with our final thoughts and an outlook on what's next.
All right, thank you, Astrid. So I hope everyone's inspired to go home, look at your own products, look at your own apps, think about accessibility, the benefit that it can have on these users. Along those lines, I have a few challenges to the developers in the audience. So the first one is familiarize yourself with accessibility services and these APIs that were mentioned. So when you go home, turn on TalkBack, turn on Switch Access, put yourself in the shoes of these users and run through your app, see what things you uncover. The second is to download Accessibility Scanner, right? Download it. It's very easy. You can get it. You can test your app. Very easy to find some low-hanging fruit, some quick and easy ways to improve the accessibility of your app. And finally, think about performing user research with users that have an accessibility need. So find a family member, a friend, someone in your community, go to a conference, sit with them as they use your app, and I bet you'll be surprised with things you learn. We have a few other really interesting things happening at Google I/O for accessibility. So we have a couple other sessions, Designing for the Next Billion Users and Pragmatic Accessibility, tomorrow on stage 5. We also have a sandbox just back here. This is your chance to come talk to us, learn more about accessibility, see these demos, speak to a Googler one-on-one and get more information. We also have the on Thursday at 6:30, we have the Google Play Awards, and there'll be an awesome award for the best accessibility experience. So I recommend you check that out. So with that, I'd like to thank you, and make sure you keep in touch. You can use our Twitter handle @GoogleAccess. Thank you.
We are in the era of progressive web apps. Browsers are more performant and capable than ever, and front-end JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Polymer have simplified development of rich app-like websites. You can now build an entire application purely with static files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Firebase hosting is tailored for front-end web applications. Firebase Hosting is a developer-focused static web hosting provider that is fast, secure, and reliable. No matter where a user is, the content is delivered fast. Files deployed to Firebase Hosting are cached on SSDs at CDN Edge servers around the world. From San Francisco to Stockholm to Seoul, your users get a reliable, low-latency experience. And every site is served over a secure connection. Firebase Hosting automatically provisions and configures an SSL certificate for each site deployed, so you can get that green lock of confidence. Deploying your app from a local directory to the web only takes one command. So whether you're building a single-page web app, a mobile app landing page, or a progressive web app, Firebase Hosting has you covered. To get started with Firebase Hosting, check out our quick start to get you up and running in minutes. Happy deploying!
Consider the simple URL. A few years ago, these were pretty straightforward. You clicked on one, and 9 times out of 10, you went to a web page. Then things changed. People started using their mobile devices for, well, everything. And these devices in turn started supporting the idea of deep links. Click on one of these deep links, and it could take you not just anywhere on the web, but anywhere in an app as well. So you could use a deep link to point directly to a specific restaurant inside a reservation app, or give your new customers a personalized welcome based on the link that brought them to your app in the first place. At least, that's how they worked in theory. In practice, deep linking had issues. The same link wouldn't necessarily work on an iOS or Android device, and they behave very differently, or didn't work at all, for users who didn't have your app installed. And for people who did install your app through a deep link, all of that great link info was typically lost during the installation process, leaving your personalized warm welcome out in the cold. So while deep links were great in theory, their uses were a little more limited in practice. Enter Firebase Dynamic Links. Firebase Dynamic Links are deep links that work the way you want them to. So you can create one single link that behaves one way on iOS, another on Android, and even a third on a desktop browser, and it will take you to a place that's appropriate to that platform. You can also set up dynamic links to change their behavior depending on whether or not your user has your app installed. For users who don't have your app installed, maybe you send them to your website, maybe you take them to the Play Store, or maybe you show them an interstitial describing the benefits of your app before you take them to the App Store for a smoother transition. More importantly, these links can survive the App Store installation process. So if your user installs your app when clicking on a dynamic link, all of that information is still available to you when your user opens up your app for the first time. So what does this mean? It means you can use dynamic links the way you've always wanted to use deep links. You can use them in marketing campaigns, from email to social media to banner ads to, heck, even QR codes. And in addition to install attribution tracking, the kind that lets you know which campaigns are getting you the highest quality users, you can also give your users a customized first-time experience based on the campaign that brought them there. So if a user installs your music app because you showed them an ad for classical music, you can make sure your app takes them right to Chopin's latest hits when they first open it up. Dynamic links are great for sharing too. Your users can use them to share recipes, links to their favorite level in your game, or even coupon codes. In fact, dynamic links are the technology that powers Firebase Invites. And because dynamic links are a Firebase product, you can see their stats directly through the Firebase console. Find out how many people clicked on a link, or use Firebase Analytics to find out which of your users first opened your app through a particular link. To find out more about dynamic links, check out the documentation here and give them a try. And deep link away.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns. not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart, and there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing. It's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications, and we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention. Better your app is, and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it, I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event, like this completed 5 levels event, and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Venkat Rapaka. I lead the Android IoT platform team at Google. So being a part of the Android team, this is one of my favorite times of the year. We get to come to I/O. We get to interact with a lot of our developer community. A number of our partners also attend, so we get to meet all of them. But this year is especially exciting for me because this is the first time we get to talk at I/O about Android things and how we want to bring device production capabilities to more people. So you probably heard earlier today at the keynote that Sundar kicked off, Android now has incredible momentum across a number of verticals that you see up here. There are now 2 billion devices, 2 billion monthly active devices that run Android across these 4 form factors. And joining this family is now Android Things. And Android Things is designed to extend Android beyond these 4 verticals, mobile, wear, TV, and auto, to a lot more exciting new product categories within the space of IoT. And for us at Google, this is it's a very interesting area for us with all the innovation that's happening now. And we also see that there's an opportunity and a real need to enable developers to build high-quality, secure devices quickly and easily. And finally, I think there's an opportunity for us to democratize IoT device development and make it more accessible to more people. And Android Things was created last year as an acknowledgement of this potential that's ahead of us. So Android Things released in developer preview in December last year, and it's been great to see the excitement so far and the momentum we've built up. And in fact, we announced at the keynote this morning that already in just the 5 months up to now, there are thousands of developers in more than 60 countries who are actively trying out Android Things. So thank you very much for investing your time and all the feedback you've given us. So IoT, of course, is very broad and very diverse. Within this large space, Android Things is targeted at one of the most exciting, at least for us, one of the most exciting areas, powerful devices that sit at the edge and that bring on-device intelligence. And these devices span many use cases, both old and new. And you can see examples up on the screen. At the home, think of security systems, routers. They've been around for as long as most of us can remember. But also new, interesting device types like smart doorbells that have cameras built into them. In retail, increasingly you'll see point-of-sale machines, vending machines that have displays and that can interact with the customer's mobile device at the point of sale and do some very interesting things. When you think of smart buildings, which we talk about a lot, increasingly you'll have cameras in there. And these cameras can not only detect occupancy, they can actually do a head count and say how many people are in a given space at any point of time, and interact intelligently with other systems within the building, like the HVAC system, and do something smart with that knowledge. And finally, of course, truly mobile IoT applications like asset tracking, fleet management, These are all becoming much better every day with the ability to pull more context from the cloud and do something smart with it locally. When you look at all of these categories, you'll see some very interesting common themes emerge. One is, like I said, these are all very powerful devices. They sit at the edge. They perform some very complex operations, image processing, audio processing, and they do that all locally. There's a lot of on-device intelligence. And this is for a number of different reasons, or a combination of reasons. Sometimes it's for low latency. You just want to react very quickly. And other times it's for fault tolerance. Maybe your network is not as reliable as you would like it to be. And they all have a need for deep security, both at the device level, but also in how they interact with the cloud. But unfortunately, today, I think to build a device, any of these types of devices, is not easy. So let's talk about a few of the challenges that we see in this space that IoT developers face. Let's talk about the software part of it. So if you're a software developer, the amount of complexity that confronts you is massive. The IoT devices that you see today are built on a number of flavors of operating systems, whether it's Linux or Android. So it's very difficult to get a consistent and reliable set of APIs that you can depend on. It's hard to find robust tools that you can use. And it's also very hard to find a community of developers that you can reach out to when you run into trouble. Think of all the basic building blocks when you're building a product. If you're building a product for a consumer application, even something as simple as a reliable setup flow, so that the consumer can use their mobile device to set up the product you're selling them, as well as an app SDK that you can use to build your own app. If you think of an enterprise use case, having something like zero-touch provisioning and providing a console that the enterprise can use to manage their fleet of devices that may not even be coming from you, but a combination of devices that come from everybody. Or in some cases, providing them APIs that they can integrate into the console that they use. You have to build all of these from scratch if you want to get started. And finally, I think it's really hard to get access to third-party. Sorry, I'm too fast. It's really hard to get access to third-party services like the Google Assistant and getting them working out of the box, especially if you build multiple products in this space. So that's the software part of the problem. When you get to hardware, things get even more complicated, right? So not only do you have to first pick a number of components that you can assemble together to build a cohesive system, get your code running on it, and you do all of that just to get to the prototype stage, so just to do a proof of concept. But as you're doing this, you need to be really careful to make sure you're picking components that can scale to high volumes when you hit mass production. And if you don't do that, then you have to re-implement a bunch of work you did before to adapt to the new components that you're forced to replace them with. And this is not a problem that's unique to just small or medium companies. Some of our largest OEM partners tell us how difficult this is for them, even at the scale that they're at, especially when they think of this space with the diversity of product categories. And as they build out a product portfolio, they also struggle with this the same way that a small company would struggle. And finally, security. I think given the amount of security-related news that we see today, I don't think I need to belabor the point of how important security is in this space. But I think especially in the IoT scenario, it's much harder to deliver great security because of the scale and the diversity of the types of devices. To build a really secure device, but also to keep it secure over a period of time is incredibly hard. So with Android Things, our goal is to try and solve all of these problems for the developers. And we're doing it in multiple ways. One is by bringing the power of Android to help with software development. The second one is to provide a choice of hardware solutions that let you scale from a prototype to production with the confidence that you can do that in a quick and easy way. And then finally, we want to help you keep your devices secure. I want to talk a little bit about what I mean by the power of Android. In some ways, it actually cuts across all three of these themes. I mentioned the 2 billion monthly active users that Dave mentioned earlier today. But what makes that possible is a number of things. One of the most important of those is the people that are in this room, the developer community, the rich community that we have of Android app developers that make a lot of this possible. But also, we have a number of commercial entities, an entire supply chain composed of silicon providers, people who make various types of components, contract manufacturers, device manufacturers, retailers, and cellular operators, mobile operators. And it's a collection of all of these, all of you, that makes Android what it is, a very rich, diverse, vibrant ecosystem. And that is what we want to bring to the world of IoT. So let's start first with the developer experience and discuss how Android things can make this very consistent and very familiar to a lot more people. What you see here is the software stack for a typical Android mobile device, a phone. Going from bottom to top, the kernel and the libraries are primarily focused on enabling hardware device support, hardware driver support. The middle stack, the application framework, provides a very rich services API for the apps, which of course are what a number of our developer partners and even Google builds to deliver a variety of user-facing services and use cases. This stack obviously is designed for devices of a very specific kind. Like all of them have a display. They all expect users to install apps. So there's a very specific notion that's built into these. And we all know that IoT devices don't exactly fit this mold. So we set out to create a variant of Android that's designed for IoT, which is what Android Things is. And one of the first things we did is we removed most of the user-facing applications and a lot of the visual framework components. So just as an example, you don't need a text messaging app or a browser on most IoT devices. I would argue probably on any of them. So while we did this to remove a lot of unnecessary complexity that developers face, one of the happy side effects was that we also significantly reduced the footprint of the distribution, which makes it a lot more scalable downward as you build IoT devices. Then we added a number of new capabilities that are relevant for IoT devices. And I'll touch upon a few of them very briefly. Let me start with peripheral I/O. Peripheral I/O is a part of the Android Things Support library. And what it does is it provides new APIs that allow applications that you would build to interface directly with low-level peripherals using industry-standard protocols like GPIO and I2S and so on that you see up on the screen. And what this enables is that with these APIs, your application and your code can now interact with a number of peripherals like, think of simple things like buttons, relays, proximity sensors, more advanced things like displays and speakers and high-speed peripherals. And over time, we're going to add support for things like printers, barcode scanners, RFID readers, and so on. The second thing is user drivers, which enables a very interesting use case for us. So in a lot of cases, your applications can just use the peripheral I/O. But in some cases, you may want to integrate your hardware with the Android framework so that you can access some of the standard framework managers and callbacks and expose these components and the capabilities thereof to other applications that might sit on your product, applications that you might get from a third party, for example. So again, as a few quick examples, input devices that generate key events or motion events can now inject those events into the Android input framework. Or think of GPS or other location sources that you attach to your product. And this can be integrated with the location framework, Android location framework. And once you do that, location updates from these sources will then be delivered through the location manager and the Fuse location providers. So over the last 5 months, at Google, we've been adding drivers on our open source community GitHub page for many different types of peripherals. And we've noticed that a lot of our developer partners are beginning to contribute as well, which is really awesome to see. And increasingly, some of our partners are also getting into the act now. Just as an example, Intel recently added support for Android Things with their useful packages and modules and MRAA, which brings with it about 200 very interesting components and peripherals that now work on Intel Joule and Intel Edison when you use Android Things. I mentioned we removed a lot of the visual framework components. And we did this because a lot of IoT devices don't have displays. But at the same time, there are definitely quite a few that will have a display, sometimes more than one display. So the way we think about this is that display support is optional, right? So you can add a display if you want. And Android Things supports the same UI toolkit that's available in all the other Android form factors. So you can rely on the same framework. So if you build a device with a display, the entire display, the control for the entire display is actually handed to your application that you build. And what we did is we basically got the system UI out of the way. So no more system status bar, navigation buttons. We eliminated a lot of the APIs that don't make sense, like showing a dialog for authentication or sign-on, Android system notifications, user-granted runtime permissions. So we removed all of these. And we believe this more closely mimics the types of devices we encounter in the IoT space, where the devices tend to be fixed purpose, and the user is interacting with the intended purpose as opposed to adding new functionality through the display that's on the device. Moving on, let's talk about connectivity a little bit. Today, already in the developer previews that we released so far, we support Wi-Fi and we support Bluetooth. We are going to bring NFC later this year. But the one I'm very excited about is cellular. So adding cellular capabilities to IoT devices unlocks a variety of very exciting new use cases. But adding cellular support is non-trivial, as anybody in this room who's tried can attest to. And what you'll find is that half the challenge is actually enabling the functionality and making sure it works. The other half of it is getting it certified to work on carrier networks, especially if you have a geographic footprint that goes beyond one country. That challenge goes up dramatically. As it turns out, the core Android team, which we're a part of, works very closely with a number of silicon partners in the context of mobile phones to deliver this capability. And as it turns out, we're working with some of the same partners very closely as well. So we're going to leverage a lot of the work that the core Android team does to bring cellular connectivity in a very clean, easy-to-way use onto Android things over the course of this year. In fact, Qualcomm earlier this year announced that they're going to support Android things on their Snapdragon 210 processor that also has an LTE modem capability. So I talked a lot about the changes we made and the things we added. Let me now talk about the things that we did not change, which is the core power and the ecosystem that Android brings with it. So you can still continue to leverage the Android SDK and the NDK, Android Studio to develop your use cases and your APKs on top, and all the developer tools that we provide you. You can continue to use the existing third-party Android libraries. And as importantly, you can continue to tap into the rich community of Android app developers for support and to also reuse things that others build, right? So that's one of the exciting things that I think Android can bring to Android things. Play services. So Google Play Services has a number of very interesting APIs that people rely on. This is currently already available in Android things in developer preview. What we are currently working on is an optimized, much lighter weight version of Play Services that's targeted at IoT devices that we're going to deliver later this year. So what we did is we removed a number of APIs that we thought were not useful in this space, things that enable user input or user account management, which don't necessarily make sense in IoT. And by doing that, we reduced the footprint of GMS core by a lot. But we preserved APIs like Firebase. And we're adding enhanced APIs that support machine intelligence on device. And of course, I mentioned Firebase, incredibly valuable tool in this space. We're going to continue to support that as we build out Android things. The ability to access Google Cloud Platform if you need cloud storage and additional compute. And we'll make that seamless as well, that integration. And then a lot more, right? Like, so even yesterday when developer preview came out, the Assistant SDK, we provided a sample yesterday that lets you build a Google Assistant prototype using Android things, right? So, and you'll see a lot more Google services and apps that we're going to bring to Android things in a cleanly integrated, easy-to-use, modular way, meaning you can pick the ones you want. So when we put all of this together, on the software side, what you get is, if you're an Android app developer, all of a sudden, this opens up the world of IoT devices to you, and you can set out on a path to be an IoT device developer yourself. If someone with an idea and you want to go build a device, you can actually tap into this community of Android app developers, and you don't have to build a full team of deep OS experts any longer to even get started. You can actually pick some of these things that we're building and tap into this large community and get going. Finally, we did talk about devices getting increasingly smarter, and I'll talk a little bit about how we are making that happen. So on-device intelligence is going to be critically important in IoT over time, and this can be for a number of reasons. One, I mentioned before, latency, right? You might want a very quick response time. You might have bandwidth constraints. Bandwidth is expensive sometimes. Your connectivity might be very unreliable, and so on, right? So with Android, the core Android platform itself, and also with Android things, we're making, as a collective, we're making deep investments to bring on-device intelligence capabilities in a very deeply integrated fashion into the distribution we're going to provide you. And earlier this year, we added support for TensorFlow on Android things. And it's been awesome to see some of the creative things that our community has been already building so far. And at our demo space, you can see TensorFlow in action. There are two demos, one that our team built, another one that somebody in the community built using the pieces that the components we delivered already. There's also a code lab for TensorFlow that you can go and get your hands on it. So I'm going to switch gears a bit now and move from software to hardware, and how Android Things is going to simplify and accelerate your hardware prototyping process as well. So if you're getting started on a new device, as I mentioned before, you need to assemble all the right components. You need to make sure they all work together. Your proof of concept works. Then you have to procure all these components at scale at a price that you're able to pay. And then that's when you get to mass production. And there's a lot of complexity involved in this, and a lot of time as well. So to help with this, Android Things uses something called the System on Module architecture, or the SOM architecture. And I think a lot of you in this audience are probably familiar with this concept. A SOM basically has a core computing module. So it has compute, connectivity, storage, and many other core components in a very small package. And when you're building an IoT device, some of the most complex hardware design is actually already encapsulated in the SOM itself. And what you see here on the left side, my left, are two modules, one from Intel, one from NXP that we already launched. And in close collaboration with our silicon partners, we're going to provide a BSP, a board support package, that basically provides a very clean layer for your code to reside on top of. And what that does is it makes your code very portable to other supported hardware platforms as you build out a portfolio of more capable devices within the same category, or you're switching to a new category and you want something quite different. So let's see how a SOM is in action. So it's pretty hard to see on the slide how big these SOMs are. So the smaller image you see up there is this. This is what a SOM looks like. It's about an inch and a half on the side, roughly a square. And the larger image there is the baseboard that we use internally. It's a photo of a baseboard that we use internally. It has the kitchen sink of all the peripherals and connections that we need for our own internal prototyping and development and testing. And of course, the product you build won't require all of these components. So you would have a baseboard that's much simpler and only have the things that you need for your product. And baseboards typically tend to be a lot less expensive to produce even at lower volumes. So your prototyping becomes a lot easier once you start using a SOM. And the SOM model, we believe, offers some very key advantages. One is you can get to prototype stage much faster by taking off-the-shelf components. And the pre-certified hardware basically reduces not only your time to market, but also your development costs, and also takes out a lot of the technology risk inherent as you're building your prototypes. And of course, as you scale to larger commercial volumes, you can be confident that you can procure this in high volume. And if you hit really high volumes, you can actually collapse the baseboard and the SOM into one board. And you can get a custom board built for you. And it has a couple of advantages. One is it can reduce your cost. And the other thing is you can then lay it out in a way that matches the XY dimensions of your product, right? So you can actually optimize it to fit exactly cleanly into the product ID that you want to build. And as long as you use the same BSP, you don't have to rewrite any code that you already built. If you want to learn more about SOMs and how to build custom BSPs, custom boards, I think there's a more detailed talk coming up tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So, of course, you need SOMs that can match the price and power and performance and connectivity needs that your product has. So to do this, we're working with a number of industry leaders to make sure you have plenty of hardware choices. Today, we already support boards from NXP, Intel, and Raspberry Pi. And Qualcomm, as I mentioned, announced earlier this year that we're working with them on the Snapdragon 210 line. And we're also working with MediaTek to bring an option from them as well with Android Things support on it. Finally, I'll talk about security. So thankfully, there is now an increasing focus on security in IoT. And in the IoT space, the challenge is dramatically higher for a number of reasons. One is just the diversity of the device types, the diversity of the operating systems and the hardware that's underneath, and the use cases. But also just think about how these devices are used today, right? A lot of them operate with no user intervention or interaction. There is no display where you can say something to the user. And a lot of them are out of sight, out of mind. I can't remember the last time I looked at my Wi-Fi router, which is sitting in a closet under my stairs. So not only is it hard to build a device that's secure when you launch it, it's also really hard to keep that device secure over a period of time. And Android Things has been designed for security from the ground up. And what you see here is two separate parts of the code. One is the OS that's provided by Google in close collaboration with our silicon partners. And what you see at the top is the product-specific code that's created by the app developers. This is your apps, your user drivers, and so on. And separating these two is a very clean Android API layer. And what that allows us to do is update either of these two partitions independent of the other without compromising the functionality of the product. So it allows us to push updates to either of those two partitions. So I talked about security updates just now. So the Android team, which we're a part of, invests a lot of energy into delivering monthly security updates, which we're now going to bring to the IoT space, to Android things. These partitions are signed by a trusted source for security. Android things supports verified boot, so that your device is protected against a corrupted image that you might download, and it's going to block your device from booting into an unknown state with an image, maybe that signature that you don't trust, or the contents you cannot verify. There's also A/B updates, which lets you roll back. So if you push something out by accident that compromises the functionality, there's always a known good image on these devices, so that you can, without having to do something in the field, revert back to a known good image and boot the device back up and recover from there. And to push all of these updates and to give you the control on rollbacks and to also monitor your fleet of devices, we are building currently a developer console that we're going to give you access to soon. And this same console that's going to be built on Google infrastructure, you can use that to push updates to your partition as well. So as you come up with security patches or you extend the features and functionality of your partition, you can use all of our infrastructure to push updates. So it gives you the ability to make your devices better over time using the Google backend. So again, to quickly summarize, with Android things, we're going to bring the power of Android to simplify software development. We're going to provide you a choice of hardware solutions that are going to allow you to scale from prototype to production easily and quickly. And then we're going to help you keep your devices safe and secure. Let me talk a bit about where we are now. So Developer Preview 4, DP4 shipped yesterday. We added a number of new capabilities like I2S support that lets you connect up external audio devices like speakers, for example. We also added a new SOM, the IMX7D, which delivers higher performance than the 6UL that we already have support for. And also, I mentioned the Assistant SDK sample that we delivered, so you can prototype a Google Assistant, a Google Home-like product for yourself using one of our SOMs and Android things. In July, we're going to hit Developer Preview 5. We're going to rebase to O at this time. And we'll have a number of new features, of course. We're also going to launch the developer console into preview mode at that time. And later this year, we're going to have a number of new features coming. We'll have updates, developer preview updates every 6 to 8 weeks, roughly. We'll have the GMS Core for IoT variant that I mentioned before. We're going to have new features like NFC support and smart setup with matching app SDKs. We're going to have a lot more SOMs coming from some of the partners that you saw just now. And finally, towards the very end of the year, we're going to release Android things to long-term support, and it's going to be based on O at the time. So you'll have LTS release of Android things then. We're also going to release a lot of the Android things features like peripheral I/O and user drivers to AOSP as well. So tomorrow, we have a number of interesting sessions coming up that go a lot more into depth on some of the topics that I just briefly touched upon. So these are all the sessions that are coming up. So if you want to learn more, please go attend them. We also have a demo area in the IoT Sandbox Dome where you can see TensorFlow in action, like I mentioned. We have several code labs where you can get your hands dirty. You can see how Android things can work really well with the Google Cloud. So there's a lot of things that you can do at I/O to learn more about what we're up to and where we're going. There are additional resources, of course, beyond I/O. I'll go in order. The very top link is a link to our Google+ community of developers where our community can come to us to get updates from us, to get support from each other, as well as our team. We're pretty active on the community now and answer questions when needed. The middle link is a link to Google's broader IoT page. It covers our entire spectrum of IoT offerings. And the last one is our developer documentation page. And it has a number of resources, including code samples that you can try out. So this concludes our talk. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? More importantly, if your app gets published to the world and nobody's there to download it, was all that work for nothing? These aren't just philosophical questions. Discovery is a major issue for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a two-person shop or a big corporation. And while there are many avenues for potential customers to discover your app, one of the most common is through recommendations from friends and family. Developers know this, which is why you see referral codes like this in a lot of apps. It's a good way of enticing users to share the app with their friends. But while these kinds of referral codes can be effective, they're also kind of a pain to use. Is your user really going to take the time and effort to copy and paste a referral code into an email, send it off to their friends, hope those friends then find and install the app, dig up whatever code redemption screen they need to redeem this offer, and copy and paste this code back into your app? Well, maybe, but maybe not. And while you could build your own UI to help this process along with, all those spare engineering cycles you've just got lying around, this is also where Firebase Invites can help. Firebase Invites makes it easy for your users to share all aspects of your app, be it a referral code or an interesting piece of content, across both Android and iOS. It looks something like this. Let's say that your app has a referral code that you'd like your users to share with their friends, and you decide to use Firebase Invites to make it happen. When your user clicks that share button, they'll see a dialog listing all their friends and colleagues with some smart recommendations at the top. They choose which friends to share with, click send, and these invitations are sent, along with a personal message, over SMS or email, depending on the contact. Their friends receive a customized, richly formatted invitation, either one you've designed yourself or one you've let Firebase Invites build automatically from your app store listing. All this recipient needs to do is click on the call to action button, and Firebase Invites will take them directly to the app if they already have it, or the appropriate app store for their device if they don't. Once they're done installing your app, Firebase Invites can then send the referral code to your app through a deep link. And you can send your new customer the discount that they so richly deserve. And yes, this really does work even if that friend had to install the app first. Traditionally, deep links tend to get lost during app installs, but Invites uses Firebase dynamic links, which are able to survive the App Store installation process. As an added bonus, many developers have found that not only are these kind of invites more successful at driving installs, but that users who join through this kind of personalized onboarding flow are more likely to come back to your app in the future. And Firebase Invites isn't just for referral codes. You can use it to share any content you want from your app. Have a recipe app? Firebase Invites can make sure that killer lemon meringue pie recipe gets the visibility that it deserves. And because Invites is a Firebase product, it works with Firebase Analytics to let you know when a user has opened or installed an app through an invite. So be sure to check out the documentation and give Firebase Invites a try. We can't wait to see what you build.
When you're building an app that needs to store and share data from a server, there are a lot of things that you'll need to keep in mind. Setting up and maintaining a database can be a hassle. And if you want your data synchronized in real time or need offline support, well, now you're talking some serious time commitment. But with the Firebase Real-Time Database, you can get that time back. The Firebase Real-Time Database lets you store and sync data between your users in real time. This makes it easy for your users to access their data from any device, web or mobile, and it helps your users collaborate with one another. Whenever you update data in the real-time database, it stores the data in the cloud and simultaneously notifies all interested devices in milliseconds. The real-time database is also optimized for offline use. Whenever a user loses their connection, the database SDK uses a local cache on the device to serve and store changes. This means that when the user comes back online, their local data is automatically synchronized. And how do you keep your data secure? You can use database security rules to specify who has access to what pieces of data and how your database should be structured. The security rules are securely stored with the real-time database on our servers. So if you want to make sure your users can only access their own data or ensure that their message is no more than 141 characters, you can do that in just a few lines of code. Getting started only takes a few minutes. The Firebase Real-Time Database is hosted for you in the cloud, so there's no server maintenance or operations. And there are SDKs for Android, iOS, and JavaScript. To get started with the real-time database, check out our Quick Start, which will get you up and running in minutes. We can't wait to see what you'll build with Firebase.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development Or you've been working as an Android developer for some time. You might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you will implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are two main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of one or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase capabilities to your app, you could be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now, when you click Continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit Continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now, I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed and I'll run pod install. And then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay, and it does, so we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate did finish launching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up we'll add the line for app.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations. You are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase Auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
What's up, everybody? David here, and today I have a quick and easy Firecast for you. We're going to get up and running with Firebase and the web. And this is actually going to be the first of many screencasts in a series. So make sure you subscribe to get notified of tutorials on authentication, storage, hosting, and web push notifications with Firebase Cloud Messaging. Also, if you're a fan of JavaScript frameworks, I'm going to be dropping videos for Angular 1 and 2, Polymer, React, and Ember. So you better subscribe because you don't want to miss those. But today we're going to start with the very basics. I'm going to show you some mad copy and pasting skills by getting the project initialization code from the Firebase console. And then we're going to set up a small web app. So let's go and dive in. So I'm in the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com. You can see I'm logged in as myself up here, just smiling at you. But to get started, I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to click Create New Project. I'm going to call it Web Quick Start. And then we'll create it. My project is now created. So I'm going to click Add Firebase to your web app. And this brings up a little modal with all the initialization code I need to get started. It has things like my API key, auth domain, database URL, and storage bucket. So then I can go to the bottom right, and then I can click Copy. And that's all the code I need to get started. But just as a little FYI, you can access all of this information by clicking Auth, and then going up to the top right where there's Web Setup. But now, to the editor. So here in my editor, I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to create this web page from scratch. So I'll start with my basic HTML boilerplate, give it a title, and now I can just paste in all the code from the console. And this is all you need to get started. And just to prove that it works, I'm going to use the database as a little tiny demo. So I'm going to create an H1 and give it an ID. And every single time the value changes in the real-time database, I'm going to sync it to this H1. So the first thing I need to do is get that H1 by its ID. And then now I'm going to create a database reference using firebase.database.ref, and then create a child location to the text location. And now I can synchronize any changes using the on function. And then using ES2015 arrow functions, I can just do it all in one line. So to the left right here, I have my project in the Firebase console, and to the right is just my blank page. To use the database, I'm going to remove all security. So I'm going to click Rules, and then I'm going to say Read is true and Write is true, and click Publish. And you should totally know that you only do this while you're developing, because that means anyone can read or write to your database. So now I'm going to give my browser a refresh. And then I'm going to add a text location, and it synchronizes to the browser. And so I can change it, and then it changes as well. So keep in mind that the real-time database is just one of the many features Firebase offers for the web. You can also use authentication, storage, hosting, and even Firebase cloud messaging. So that's all it takes to get started with Firebase in the web. And if you want to go and learn more, then check out the link in the description for our official documentation. And if you're super excited to learn more about Firebase on the web, then please subscribe to our channel because we're going to have tons of more content. So that's all for this time, and I will see you all later.
We started Is on a living room couch, and we really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends. Where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that Is drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of Is.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of Is.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saifulahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user is able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Raise. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston. We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm a VP Creative at Raise Labs. The Google Developer Agency Program allowed us to have access to engineers for the map team, the design team, to figure out, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
So here we are in the Sandbox. I'm so glad that you'll be here with us for the next 3 days as we explore everything on the ground at Google I/O. First off is the mocktail mixer. It's not getting started early because there's no alcohol. Chris, would you tell me about this?
Excellent, thanks Timothy. So this was a do-it-yourself mixer that has the Google Assistant built in. It was part of a collaboration between the Assistant team and Deep Local, these guys behind you. It's a creative agency out of Pittsburgh. And what they've done is they've used the Google Assistant SDK, which we launched 3 weeks ago, and actions on Google to customize the drink ingredients, and the code, as well as services like API.ai to create a conversational interface so you can have a natural interaction with the mixer. So we're super cool. It's a super cool demo. It shows you how to go from zero to prototyping in a matter of hours.
Now I want to talk a little bit more about this demo and the SDK and like all the things that we can do with it. But first, let's make a drink.
You want to make a drink? Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's talk to Mocktails Mixer.
Sure, here is the test version of Mocktails Mixer.
Hi, I'm your Mocktails Mixer.
What's on the menu?
On tap today, I have a pairing mode in Mang I/O. What can I get you?
Let's get a pairing mode.
Coming right up. Initiating ones and zeros. Beep boop. Bob.
Is that the robot sounds it's making?
Yeah, so it's actually like, it's going from my voice going through this mic through the Assistant SDK running on a Raspberry Pi device, which I think Oscar will talk a little bit more about, going back to the Assistant services server running in the cloud, and figuring out what I'm saying, doing natural language understanding and speech recognition, and then basically coming back and controlling the devices. And now you see, we've started making the pairing mode drinks for everybody around here.
That's awesome. There's a bunch of drinks. So we have some other friends joining us. Let's start with Oscar. Oscar, you're one of the guys that actually built this.
Yeah, so I work for Deep Local. We worked, like Chris said, with the SDK team on the project. And basically the way this works is there's a Raspberry Pi inside the device that runs the SDK. And when you speak with it, it runs up to API AI where you can program your conversational interface. From there, there's a webhook that's called that when you call a drink, it pushes a message over Google PubSub down to the devices and actually sends a serial command to the Arduinos inside. That is actually what controls the motors and dispenses the liquid.
That was like a design doc in 5 sentences.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Exactly. And everything's open source and online, so you can find it on GitHub if you search for Mocktails Mixers, or if you go to deeplocal.com/mocktailsmixers, there's a write-up and a video and DIY instructions so the home builder can make it themselves.
That's Wayne. Wayne, you're the home builder. So, Wayne, you are one of the developer advocates working on Assistant and the SDK and all these APIs. Is this what you do all the time?
Well, I made a dog feeder one time, but this is new. I got to get into this now. I can imagine something where you could like mix up custom food or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
You made a dog feeder. They made a human feeder.
Yeah. We're gonna merge them together now, right? That's the cool thing is because this SDK is available to the public. Anyone can build devices like this now. It's what I'm quite excited about it too. I said I need to go home and work out my next plan for some kind of dog feeder.
Well, that's the really cool thing about this recent release. Like the SDK just came out a few weeks ago, right? 3 weeks ago, and it's really giving the ability for people to bring the Assistant into their own hardware.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can take any crazy idea that you've got, and you can embed the Assistant SDK into it. Runs on most Linux operating systems and so forth, and it's just really easy to get started. And we've got a whole bunch of samples. People can try it out. All the demos here, we have other demos as well. They're all open source, so people can try them out.
And again, just like sort of taking a look at the value of that, it's really, this is something that people have been doing before, but they had to build the whole stack themselves, right? Which includes a lot of technologies that they don't want to really be experts in, but Google can be that expert for them, and you can just use the APIs instead.
You can focus on what you're good at, which is making these kinds of devices, and leave all the speech recognition and the natural language understanding to us, and we take care of it for you.
Awesome. Are the drinks ready? Oh, I see they're getting poured out.
Oh, they're still pouring. Nice.
Okay, well, we're waiting for the drinks. Vera, tell me about some of the ways that people are using the Assistant today.
Awesome. So today at I/O we announced that the Assistant is fundamentally conversational. So everything that we're seeing here that Wayne mentioned, that it's natural language processing, you're able to actually, as a user, talk to the Assistant, and the Assistant can do things for you. And so the Assistant is live across devices like this through our Open SDK, but it's also live across Android, and we announced an iOS app, so you can get it on your iPhone, and it's also live on wearables and soon TVs, cars, etc. And the Assistant can so as a part of our developer platform, Actions on Google, the Assistant can order cabs for you or make table reservations or even set up your smart home so it can clean your apartment. And so we're really excited about what developers will build on top of the platform to help users.
That's awesome. I think the drinks are ready.
Try a drink here?
I sure do.
Yeah.
This is the, which drink is this?
The pairing mode.
Pairing mode. I get it.
Guys.
It's pretty fantastic. I'm impressed. What was that?
It tastes better because it was made with technology.
That's absolutely right.
Putting artificial intelligence into your drinks. Done.
So I'm going to drink a little bit more of this, but maybe while I do that, can you talk about where you see this going? Like, what are you most excited about developers doing with this technology?
Yes, that's a great question. So what we envision is a ubiquitous assistant experience so that when you need help or need something to be done in your life, that you can just ask the question and it'll happen, right? And so for that experience to really surface, you need to have the assistant in multiple places in your life. And we don't expect a Google Home to be in every corner of your house, and we also don't expect Google to build all of the appliances in your house. It just doesn't make any sense. So what we need to do is we need to empower a diverse ecosystem of device manufacturers embedding the assistant in their devices. Then you can have the assistant available to you when you need it, wherever you need it, it however you need it. So that's really where we see this going longer term. And the Assistant SDK and actions on Google and API.ai are just the beginnings of where we're going.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And to y'all out there, cheers.